của Ceron. Chiếc thuyền tiếp tục khởi hành đến đích. Tuy nhiên, trên đường đi lại xảy ra sự cố. Dây thừng quấn vào chân vịt. Không còn cách nào khác, Cao đành mạo hiểm xuống nước và cắt dây. Nhưng vào lúc này, khóe miệng ông già trên thuyền lại vẽ một đường cong kỳ dị. Có vẻ như đã...
هاي البرودكت كلها من شيغلان. هيدا برايمر، نجرب البرايمر تبعهم. احط انه هيك عطى لون وعطى لون فاتح. برايمر الموش انا رمش بقصه من النص. هيدا ليب تنت شكله احمر كتير، ما بعرف رح امسح بعد شوي. اوكي ثاني
Those fake ads really drive you mad, huh? The game looks so fun in the ads, but when you download it, it's a totally different game. That's crazy, right? But today, I finally found a game that's exactly the same as it's shown in the ads. It's challenging and interesting. You don't believe me? All right, let me show you. Oh, yes, I know where the best loot is hidden. Yeah, nice. Gonna attack from the back. Daddy's back. Wow! Yeah, boy, Zeus buffs me. My hero looks way too cool. Bzz, gotcha! Wow, brilliant! All right, even this huge skeleton will obey. Sweet! Wow, I got a nice double-edged dagger. Spectacularly!
Choose the next level. Play now.
Have you seen this at House of Slots? It's the High Roller Challenge. It's our unique challenge event that guarantees you with free ruby and coin rewards. The higher tier you reach, the more you will get free ruby and coin rewards. As you know, rubies are exchangeable to USDCs, which can be real assets like Bitcoin. Play your favorite slot machines and earn guaranteed rubies for USDC. You can earn guaranteed rubies up to $3,000 USDC worth amounts every week. That's another source of your income, and you're in control. It is the best way to earn free guaranteed ruby and coin rewards. Now go check out how much of income will you make today.
Mistakes. Heavy is the head that the crown sees soon. Feel it weighing down on my shoulders. Rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Money on my head cause I'm lawless. Taking no relate, walking down this road. I don't relate, being the same, ain't no debate. Cause rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Didn't do recon, but they wanna lead him and guide him straight and tip him off axis. I was in the belly of the beast, meanwhile they was cutting man deep like sickle or mantis. I've been winning off practice, not clout or digital captions. World's in madness, how am I gonna manifest greatness if I don't make actions? I don't need reasons, I just need money and power and stat lift. I don't wanna do it like that, that method's too underhanded. The big man said it ain't landing, never gonna profit off badness. Never got a dollar off sadness, but I've been sunk so I don't do sanctions. Heavy is the hit that the crown sees soon. Feel it weighing down on my shoulders. Rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Money on my head cause I'm lawless. Taking no relief, walking down this road. I don't relate, being the same, ain't no debate. Cause rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Came in this game with a serious killing instinct, man, I never did courses. Look at all the times in the past they rejected him, now they wanna imitate patterns and forces. Stone eye vision like Gorgons. Terrified look in his eye when he finally realised all of the weapons that he brought to the war ain't forming. I've been giving this heart and body and soul and mind and organs, knocked to my fingers bled. Now it's through skeleton keys and door kicks, treading with means and caution. Man, I had bellies to feed from morning. So if they start selling me dreams, I'm walking. Yeah. I was uncomfortable, man, I was scared. Looking for solace and they wasn't there. Now I'm a problem and they wouldn't dare. Yeah. Doubling down cause this game isn't fair. They loaded the dice, I came in prepared. Feeling it so out of body, I feel like I'm floating on air. How do you cope when they never gave you hope? Really left you in a coat, and it's weighing heavy on your soul. To be honest, I don't know. Either way, I had to grow. Get it together, whatever the weather, and carry that tribulation to the throne. Heavy is the head that crown sees soon. Feel it proudest. Money on my head, cause I'm lawless. Shaking on me late, walking down this road. I'm not late, they're the same, ain't no debate. Cause rules are meant to break by the proudest. Get it.
我跟奈特其实从很小的时候就认识了，然后那时候我们两个还没有成为职业选手，那时候只是在网吧相遇。
我和瑶瑶也是，就比赛上也会经常交流这种中单的细节吧，也是给他搜了过很多次，就在游戏上也会互相帮助的，就都会进步。
但是我那个时候我就感觉到，我跟他以后一定会在顶峰相见的。他说：“老弟，已经让你赢了我3个 BO5了，这次决赛，哥哥就把冠军拿走。”
2017년에 롤드컵을 중국에서 하면서 많은 팬분들이 응원해 주셨던 게 기억에 많이 남습니다. 그 이후로는 좀 되게 나는 뭔가 제가 좀 어쨌든 이렇다 할 막 성적을 많이 못 내가지고 저한테는 이번 MSI를 우승하게 된다면 룰러라는 선수가 좀 한 단계 더 성장하는 그런 계기가 될 수 있다고 생각하고.
In this fight, that Trifecta somehow manages to curve the anchor, and it's a double kill now for Zeus, but the re-engage is gigantic. It was supposed to be EDG, it was supposed to be Genji, it was supposed to be T1, but here at MSI, BLG stands strong.
可能有点惊动我吧，但是我知道我们最后一天会击败他们。我觉得那一天就是今天。
Bid going mega, finding one, uses an R of his own. Oh, Giga Bid don't miss.
左手将引领未来。
My right hand will knock you out。
我们已经连续3次输给，我们连续输给3次京东 BO5了嘛。 然后，但是我觉得事不过三，这次我们一定赢。
I will become the king.
Are you ready for Giga Bean?
It is a monumental occasion for the LPL tonight, as they'll be crowning their 5th ever MSI champion, cementing themselves as the current best region in the world. Who will take it home today, JDG or the Cinderella story of BLG? Today we're gonna find out. My name is Shox and I'm joined by Azael, by Daga, and by Chronicler for one last day in the Copper Box Arena. We are very sad to be leaving. I think that goes for all of us, but what a monumental few weeks it has been, Chronicler.
Yeah, it's been incredible seeing the rise and fall of you know, some of the fan favorites, BLG's story coming out of nowhere and surprising everyone. It's been an incredible few weeks, and I can't wait to see you wins tonight.
It's been so much fun, and let's go down memory lane just a little bit. I'd love to know what your favorite moments have been, Dagda.
Yeah, I think because I've been here since play-ins, it's been super cool to see teams like Loud and R7 get their first international series win, especially when you look at Loud, the fact that they had Root and Seos come in and absolutely have incredible moments in this tournament. I had my eyes on Seos, especially since he played with Brunsa back in the day, and then seeing R7 really step up as well. I think it's so cool to see the LLA and CB LOL finally getting to make their mark on the international stage.
Yeah, I'm with you there. It's amazing, and we love seeing their development. And also, we need to call out, you know, despite historically not getting all those results internationally, their communities are so incredibly alive. I mean, I think CBLOL is one of the funnest leagues to watch, even if we don't understand anything, and everyone is so excited.
Yeah, and it really highlights the passions of the fans and how much it means to them to be able to show up on the MSI stage as well, right? These moments really mean a lot to them, and seeing the previously unseen levels of success was really, really boon for that community.
Well, and I think that's one of the beautiful things about the format is we're getting to see more regions have these best of series and be able to really show what they have, be able to actually compare these regions better, especially in the earlier stages of the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, one thing we can say is the tournament format is harsh on everyone, and maybe surprisingly also on the LCK chronicler.
Yeah, we got to talk about it, you know, because it was coming into the tournament. Of course, LPL is the big king of MSI, but the level of performance, particularly against BLG from the LCK teams, I think came to many as a surprise. They were completely unable to stand up, and as an LCK fan, I think you gotta try and take these lessons, right? If you're one of the players, try and see if you can adapt. MSI always is so quick and vicious, and it really feels like the LCK has a hard time adjusting. With Worlds, you're gonna have more time, but you gotta actually make use of it. And I think that's what they're gonna be looking towards as we head towards summer, because this MSI, one that LCK fans, and me included, maybe want to forget as soon as possible.
Maybe, but maybe you got to remember it so you can go for revenge at
You
Worlds.
gotta.
You have
Absolutely.
to. Because Azael, you know, UNNA, do we want to talk about it?
I mean, it was rough for us as well, but there were some bright spots. You know, I think for EU, Yike really stood out to me. He's so incredible. To have him here at his first international tournament and be a standout for the team, you know, that has all these veterans on it was so impressive to me. And I think for NA, you know, the big bright spot that I was looking at was actually Golden Guardians as a big surprise. And Licorice, who had such an incredible tournament. We saw him taking down so many players, really performing well in lane. We saw him get a solo kill on 369, which was really impressive. He solo killed Fudge as well. And there was also a lot of kind of confusion online about, you know...
Yeah, I saw that.
Who he actually solo
Yeah,
killed.
like who he had solo killed. And people were thinking he hadn't solo killed Bin, but we actually do have photo evidence of
him
this.
solo killing Bin.
Definitive
There we go.
proof
That's
of
real.
him
Yeah.
solo killing
100%
Bin.
real.
There we go. So real.
True and real. Solo killed them all. So
Can't
wanted
fake
to-
that.
wanted to clear this up for everyone.
I also love it because it's become such a marker of if you're doing well. Have you solo killed Bin or not? And I've just loved everything about Bin in this tournament. It's been non-stop, right, Dagda? Such a big personality, not only on the Rift, but also next to it.
Yeah, and I think it's been incredible to get him actually able to show that personality as well, right?
Yeah.
Like, we've seen it for so long in the LPL. The trash talk videos between him and 369 for finals were incredible, which was like, hey, look, I solo killed you in lane, I'm going to absolutely destroy you. And now we're getting to see that on the main stage as well. Even the fact he stepped up to do interviews in English as well, like, he is really getting to show his personality, and it's fantastic to see.
I mean, it's been amazing, and it's also good to remember that he's, you know, a defending MSI champion on a different team, but he has a chance to actually repeat and become the first person to ever do that on 2 different teams, which is just insane.
It's absolute insanity, and the last thing I want to bring up is just this is the first time we've seen this new MSI format in action. I'm happy about the League of Legends we've seen, and I know, you know, some series notwithstanding that we would have seen, like to go see to 5 games instead of a 3-0 stomp, but overall it's been really, really entertaining, and you can only admit that it is the best teams in the final because it leaves no room for error.
Yeah, and it also, if you take it away, like, imagine how different tournament perception would have been, right? It would have been T1 against JDG, and then we never would have seen what BLG were able to when they were with their backs against the wall. And that level of development, I think, is a really big testament to how successful the format has been.
I mean, I think it's a great point, right? People would be talking about, JDG T1 was the real finals, but now we know it's BLG.
It is. Well, thank you so much for walking down memory lane, and we're going to add one big memory to that today as well. But first, let's take a look back.
stops the hammered path and will be able to escape, and in the end, the Super Mega Death Rocket finds the Gnar, finds the kill.
It is a rule of League of Legends.
Let's go! Through the roar!
Krakopa! Let's go, Krakopa! I kind of want Lucian on me.
You want?
Sounds fun, yeah.
Does he have the bubble ready to go? It's EW sticks it instantly going in, and there it is.
And Sean has taken away these clips onto Bin. They're looking for an engage. Bin with the ultimate of the Aphelios means everybody is turned to dust. As you can see, the Aphelios, the Ari, they're all going crazy, and Rout will clean them all off. Loud are in London, and they're here to play.
Gamma destroyed underneath their own nexus. Stixie with the Quadra. Stixie manages the pentakill.
The chase going down. Caps flashes, Jovi flashes. And take a few caps, because church is in session.
Fake against another. Niski uses the Hourglasses to buy some time. But Guma has done it once again.
Okay, guys, it's time to redeem ourselves.
Let's get it, boys. Yet another reverse sweep.
Maybe Niski can also go fake it for once.
All out under the tower. The third proc in the queue. Flashed away from underneath the tower and flashed. 1-for-1 in the mid lane. Oh, you managed to get the body slam down. First kill secured for both bot laners.
Evanas now running. Evanas the chains have connected. They're trying to finish it off. Bin, snip, finds one. You know what? They want to try and get this turn soon, but the knock-up on Zeus, he's taking so much damage here from JDG. But it's a phenomenal ult from Ona, and they will secure the Baron. Now just trying to fight the Poppy. Chovy, though, is going to make his way through. Faker's still alive for the moment. He'll survive.
We took really fast decisions. Let's think more.
They found Ruler. They're going to go after more. And Golden Guardians just killed everybody.
You beautiful bastards, you're doing it! Holy guys, we're doing it! JDG have to retreat. 369 giving his life, diving into trying to keep the rest of the team ready. But the charm is massive.
Here to start using his dashes there on his ulti. Flashes away from the seismic shove. Gory is taken low. Berserker wins the fight.
Ruler still untouched. Now gonna land the hook, but the follow-up isn't quite there. Bin finally leaping in. They're trying to kill him, but they can't do it. Ruler, are you kidding me?
That's not done. I can go. Go. Nice, go, Zeri. Go flash. Zeri, go flash. Go.
Missing goes over the wall into the brush. He tries to get away. The grand entrance is shut down. Shuriken. Fudge gets a solo kill in the top lane. Right between the eyes. As Berserker beautifully spaces out Huhi and shows why he's the best AD carry in North America.
Side the pitch, G2 have secured a McCann. They finish the fight.
Oh my God.
Vigil has done so much damage.
We'll go. Nice. Win. Hey, Aphelios no team. We win.
This is it, Dropper. Knockback flights on two fronts. Elk! What was he doing there? Flank angle, and again, that is YT1.
That's a flash. Tibbins, massive wombo combo. And immediately the Thresh is going to go down as well. Moonlight Vigil is kind of massive, but Roller's going to take down Baker. Zeus is huge, but he's dead. And it's a double kill for the Jinx. Zeus is massive in this fight. That's true. Faker somehow manages to curve the anchor. And it's a double kill now for Zeus, but the re-engage is gigantic.
Owner into the backside. Owner fishing for an angle. The immediate knock with the immediate follow, but Elk is still standing for now. Elk just does so much damage. T1 shot their shot, but I don't think it's going to be enough because at the end of the day, BLG are taking the fight. They are too damn strong. BLG take care of both. LCKC. It was supposed to be EDG. It was supposed to be JDG. It was supposed to be T1. But here at MSI, BLG stands strong in defiance of all expectations. They move to the final.
Indeed, it was supposed to be so different, but it isn't. And that video of Tabe, I think, is one of the best videos we've had in so long at an international tournament.
It's heartwarming, right? Like the amount of passion that's showing. It's really one of my favorite moments of the tournament. He just wants to get to his players so badly here. Even Doran, who just got demolished, can't help but like giggle as he sees Tabe running around.
I mean, it's just amazing. You know, even during the games when they would show the coaches' reactions to plays, he is popping off every single time something goes well for BLG.
Absolutely.
And it's incredible to see from a guy as well who's like been around in the LPL for so long, right the way back in RNG with like Tabe and White's in that bot lane. Like that passion still thrives for this man.
Yeah, Jat shared the photo yesterday, I believe, or 10 years ago. I was interviewing this guy already. He is such a monument, and it's awesome to see that in the storied and long career, this is the level of success that he's still getting, you know, winning MSIs back-to-back, now looking for his third with BLG. And I think when you take into account the story behind BLG, it's easy to see why Tabe would be so emotional and so emotive in that moment. They were not supposed to be here. None of this was supposed to happen. They've defied every single expectation about them in this tournament.
But nothing about this entire roster is the way that it's supposed to be. When you think of BLG in the past, this was a team that was slow. They had Coach Kim who came over from T1. They had a very LCK-esque style was what we called it. But this time around, they're playing this hyper-aggressive style. They were the team that spent a boatload of money to get players like Uzi, like Fofo, to make these super teams. And this time around, they said, you know what, we're going to go with guys who are going to fifth in their role. They're not going to be absolutely amazing. And they ended up fifth in the region as well. But then that was when the mega run started. When they ran right the way from fifth, they beat teams like EDG. They put themselves into finals. They got themselves to MSI. They've defied everyone the entire way along.
And you can't help but draw the parallels, including a birthday win, right? When everyone came on stage for On, just like last year with DRX. The run that team made was the same, not just because of all the parallels, right? Seen as the underdog, seen as the weakest of all teams, a 4th seed from the LCK, barely made it, weren't supposed to be there. But also the fact that DRX roster, at no point would I have told you that they were going to do well. And Emily and Rob and any LPL analyst must know, BLG, they're not going to get there.
A little bit
of doubt. Little bit of doubt.
But it's cool, right? Because I think these are some of the greatest stories that you can have in sports, full stop. And we're seeing it happen in front of our eyes again. And we learned no lessons from DRX, apparently.
I mean, it's amazing, right? You know, but you have to wonder, is it the DRX fairy tale ending, or is it the Suning story, right? Because Ben had already been there at Worlds, where he got that finals. They made that miracle run where no one thought they were going to be able to accomplish that, and then they were not able to get it done at the very end.
I'm so happy that you brought up Ben. I mean, we talked about him a little at the start of the show as well, but he sent out a tweet before they were about to play Gen G.
Profit Ben?
Out what we can expect. 3-0 Gen G happened. 3-1 T1 just yesterday, and for today, he's saying, hey, we're going to win again, and it's going to be Silver Scrapes. I mean, I believe the guy. I mean, how can you not?
I mean, with that level of confidence, you know, he's willing it into existence. And I think the Frio Gen G prediction was the one where you're like, okay, Bin. You know, it's
Calm
just Bin.
down, Bin.
Calm
All right,
down.
yeah.
It's just Bin being Bin. But then they smashed it, right?
Oh, wait.
Yeah, hold up. And then the T1, they went up 2-0, and they were like, hey, we'll let Cassante
Wait.
through. We got to get the prediction right. And then they smashed him, right? And I mean, coming into the tournament, I would have not believed at all. But now...
I mean, you kind of have to start believing, right? Like, and the guy has such a massive amount of confidence that it's really kind of rubs off on you. Like, maybe he is right? You know, he's giving interviews talking about, what's the top lane meta? Top lane meta is whatever I pick, right? You know, it's like, well, what do you think about these champions? Well, I don't care what anyone else thinks. I think it's good. You know, it's just like, he is just so much confidence, so much of that personality.
Bravado.
It's so much fun to watch.
I mean, even against Gen G, he was like, I'm going to win the top lane, then I'm going to go mid, I'm going to beat Chovy as
Also
well.
beat him.
And then he tried to do it against T1. Didn't look so great, but he still tried it, you know?
I mean, we'll get into it in just a second, but of course, with 369 in that region as well, and their careers running parallel next to each other, this is something that he has had to deal with as well. And today we get to see the top lane matchup again.
And it really is about the transition that Bin has made, right? We keep going back to it, but him being able to force almost everyone in this tournament, BLG specifically as a team, to play carries topside when it seemed like a week or two into the tournament, like it was all about exclusively team fighting, so we saw the Ornn and the Cyan, is crazy.
So much to look out for, and before we get further into the nitty-gritty of today's grand finals, let's send it down to stage for Lore with a special interview with Riot's very own Naza Lata and John Needham.
Thank you so much, Sharks. I'm here on stage with John Needham, President of Esports at Riot Games, and Naz Aletaha, Global Head of League of Legends Esports. It's an honor being with you guys on stage. How are you doing?
Awesome.
Happy Finals Day.
Happy Finals Day.
We're just so excited to be here on this stage in particular. It's great.
It's been an amazing event so far, and we've been blessed with a new format after years of the same MSI format. How has it been for you guys enjoying having two teams for the main region and a different setting for MSI?
Yeah, you know, we're really, really thrilled with the overall format. We wanted to make MSI more competitive. We wanted to bring more series play to the event. And we wanted to make sure every match was going to count. And I think this MSI has definitely done that. I think we've had some incredible series between the best teams in the world, and I think today's going to be one of those.
Yeah, fans seem super happy. Viewership's up, so I'm very happy with the format.
We're all happy, and we have two amazing teams for finals
Incredible.
today, JDG, BLG, and your thoughts on the journey these two teams had, different stories for them, and yeah, the fact that we're going to have them for finals today, Naz.
Well, I mean, talk about defy overall, defy expectations, defy the limits. I think BLG's run has just been absolutely incredible, you know, to be 5th in the regular season and fight their way to the top of the LPL, coming here as their 2nd seed and fighting their way to this stage today. I think it's been an incredible story to follow.
Yeah, we'll see if they can get their revenge today.
That's right.
Yeah, JDG has been so strong this tournament. I don't know. I think it's going to be JDG, but we'll see.
For the 3rd time, I mean, these teams know each other. We'll see if they can. BLG can defy expectations once again here. I have to say, the stage looks amazing. I'm really glad to be here in Europe and especially in London. Any thoughts of having organized the MSI in London and in the UK, Naz?
Well, our partners, the City of London, has just been incredible. I think the crowd, the fans here have just been next level. You know, we've seen fans show up for CBLOL, for LLA, for NA, for EU, LCK, LPL. It's truly been amazing being here in London.
I used to live in London for 2 years, and I haven't been back until this tournament, so it's been awesome to be back. Love this city. You forget how international this city is, and yesterday at the match, I was just really struck by it. The fans were just going crazy. There are tons of LPL and LCK fans. It's awesome.
I mean, that's the thing. So often you have fans from all around the world coming here to enjoy these events. I did not expect to have such an insane crowd here, Naz. Have you been surprised by what the fans have given us so far?
It's just the fans blow us away, I think, every single time. They never disappoint. They have brought so much energy and hype to every single match. I mean, it has been loud in here for the last couple of days especially, and I'm sure today is going to be the best yet.
Wait until we have the win moments.
That's right.
At the end of the day. Any spoilers for the opening ceremony, maybe? I got a glimpse of the rehearsals earlier. I don't want to say too much, but anything you can share with the audience?
Yeah, you know, all I will say is that it will be the ultimate expression of the event. So you can expect us to really bring together the sport, the players, Ink Shadow, the anthem, to really hype everyone who's watching and to really honor the moment.
Nas has been so tight-lipped. I don't even know what's happening in the OC, so it's going to be a surprise for all of us.
It's going to be amazing. Thank you so much for joining me on stage ahead of the series.
Thank you.
Happy Finals Day.
Happy
Finals
Games.
Day. And that's all for us here on this side of the stage. We'll be right back for the rest of Countdown right after this.
Hear the same, ain't no debate. Cold rules are meant to break by the crowd and the sports. Get it.
For that beamer, for that jag, for that Chevy, for that lag, with the diamond in the bag. I've been grinding till it's late, trying to get my mama straight. I'ma put it on the line, counting every breath I take. Gotta hustle for that bag, for that beamer, for that jag, for that Chevy, for that lag, with the diamond in the bag. I've been grinding till it's late, trying to get my mama straight. I'ma put it on the line, counting every breath I take.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Copper Box Arena as we are counting down towards our opening ceremony and the start of JDG versus BLG. Maybe an unlikely road that they found themselves in these finals, but that doesn't make us any less excited. It is interesting, though, that they have played each other so much this year. Actually, JDG is 11-4 versus BLG, and it's their 4th best of 5.
I mean, these teams are so familiar with each other, right? You know, it's 3 best of 5s they've already played. This will be their 4th today. They played a BO3 in the regular season as well, and JDG won every single one, and the best of 5s have gotten more and more one-sided. Started 3-2, went 3-1 in the finals, and then 3-0 here at MSI.
Yeah, it actually got worse and worse, and JDG themselves talked to us well about the first round that they played in playoffs, where they were still getting a feel for the meta. They had also, up until that point, not played a series, and we often see that teams need some time to adjust, but then as they got more and more adjusted, it got harder and harder for BLG.
Yeah, and I think that was the big thing, was that BLG actually felt the need to adjust. He talked about them, how they needed to change their draft strategies coming into MSI as a result of what JDG had done to them. So I'm very excited now to see today how they do actually manage to adjust in that draft to set themselves up for success against what's been such a big adversary for them.
Yeah, you could see it any of 2 ways in terms of JDG, of course, coming in with a lot of confidence, knowing we know you like the back of our hand. But BLG saying, okay, well, we trained against you a lot, and this is the moment that we can prove that we can take you down. Now, what has been the name of the game this MSI? Team fighting. It's been so much fun, and it won't be different today.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, team fighting has been the name of the game, and to me, JDG have been the kings of team fighting. So I had a couple clips I wanted to go through just to talk about some of the things that have really, really impressed me. This is actually from a fight between JDG and BLG earlier at MSI. The key thing I really want you to pay attention to is how all the JDG members will mark and peel different members on the BLG side. So keep your eyes over here on Ruler. Ruler is going to be that key member pretty much as always in the team fight. It's an RE Vi here for BLG, and they're going to be looking to try to dive him. So as Shun goes forward, in comes the ulti. Now watch what the response is going to be here from JDG. Kanavi right here in the pit, he's going to be moving to actually mark Yagao. We're seeing 369, he's already marking Bin, and Knight as well as Missing are going to move to actually mark these 2 members. So as we roll forward, watch how fast this comes in. Instant flash twisted advance here from the Maokai onto the Ahri, blocks the charm. Here comes Knight pushing forward, W stun on both members there, and is actually going to flip them in. 369 already waited out the parry, stunned out on the Fiora. Everyone is getting marked simultaneously and completely shutting down the dive to build this space for Ruler. And we know what happens when Ruler gets space, he takes over the fight. And it's just so impressive to me how, whether they're going to be diving, whether they're going to be playing defensively, they're really setting up their AD for success incredibly, incredibly well. So I'm going to jump now into another clip. This is one where they're playing it out a little bit differently. You know, it's not always that they're peeling back for Ruler. They're really going to base it on the momentum of the fight and base it on those opportunities. In this one, you really want to keep your eyes here on 369. He's actually playing the Gragas. He's snuck around. He actually body slammed over the wall right here. And now he's trying to play around vision. They have an idea that there could be a ward here, and he's going to be looking to try to avoid it. So in this fight, it's really all about Guma Yushi. They're going to see this opportunity as 369 is sneaking around the side here to go for Guma. Notice as T1 is actually trying to engage, everyone peels back here on the JDG side. Ruler just avoiding the Maokai Twisted Advance, and in comes 369. And as soon as he sees his opportunity here to actually jump in on T1's AD, it is a body slam flash, and everyone is immediately going to be following up on it. Ruler stepping forward to fire here. Knight is actually coming in from the side as well. Missing is piling in. Everyone is going to be looking to jump in onto T1's AD and immediately burst him down. And then as soon as he's done, again, it's a swap in priorities. It's now, okay, we've killed the enemy AD. We're all going to have to move back and protect Ruler. Everyone peeling back to get onto Zeus, who's playing this Gwen, and really take him out. And I just think it's so interesting to watch how they team fight and how they're really just one cohesive unit. It feels like it's one mind playing 5 characters at times in these fights because they all know exactly what their role is at any given moment, and they perform it flawlessly.
I also think, as you're highlighting Azil, that being able to play different style of compositions means that you have so much more room in draft. I think LPL teams in general have had a really good meta read here, but given the fact that you could either put 369 on something like a Scion, where he is just pure frontline, but also put him in a Gragas, where he will find those flanks and make the enemy backline scared at any given point, makes them such a hard team to draft against.
And I think it's so incredible to see the growth that we've had from 369 and from Knight. When you think back onto top esports in 2020, there was a massive joke that, well, top esports don't know how to engage, so they just play long range. And a huge amount of this was 369 not being able to facilitate that, Knight not understanding his role. But now that they've come across the JDG, they look like entirely new players. And it's that growth that is making JDG such a deadly team.
Yes, I've always been a little bit annoyed that when sometimes we talk about, myself included, about LPL teams in the past, we talk about there's crappy style and they bring you down to their level. No, you have to step up to theirs because they are so insane in team fights. And one of my questions is, of course, the meta was always going to favor what we see, plays a part. There are other teams that also play very bot heavy and protect the ADC since the dawn of League of Legends. But is it because the LPL was so incredibly strong at playing this that they have formed the rest of the tournament to make them play their style?
I think so, right? I think that the people who are at the top of the table, who are actually leading the way, do kind of dictate the meta, right? They are showing you the best way to play League of Legends right now. It is getting your AD ahead. It is protecting them in that team fight. And if you have Ruler, he is definitely worth protecting. If you have Elk, he is definitely worth protecting.
Absolutely so. It'll be so interesting to see how today's LPL top lane titans will impact the team fights as 369 and Bin are facing off in our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz.
It is clear that the rivalry between Bin and 369 has shaped the way they play as top laners, and may indeed be the reason why these two are facing each other in the finals today. They have faced the best in every other region, and found that only in the old rivalry from the LPL can they truly find the best challenge.
Bin's behind! Winter's Blade is there, and Ben's coming around! Snip, snip! They force him to go gold, and they shut him down with Ben!
369. Yeah, he is going to flash in. Doesn't manage to get the body slam onto both of them, but it's still going to be fine. The Jinx is taken down, and Carrier just going to vacate the area.
But only one of them will truly be labeled as the best top laner in the world. 369 and JDG were able to win the last time these two faced off, but Bin was able to provide the hope of a comeback for BLG.
It was supposed to be EDG, it was supposed to be Gen G, it was supposed to be T1, but here at MSI, BLG stands strong in defiance of all expectations.
There is no lower bracket for anyone to fall back on now, and no excuses left. Will 369 finally win his first international title, or will Bin defend his? It's time for the featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz.
Let's get it. I mean, we've talked so much about bot lane prowess in general, but these are two teams that also just curb the meta to what they want to do. And since we're starting in the top lane, I think we have a visual aid.
Yes. Me and Rob will do this together.
Okay.
There we go.
All right. So What are you going to do?
What we have here is a visual aid to showcase, as we get for every matchup, where do we think the advantage lies.
To hold you accountable.
Exactly.
I like it.
No backpedaling.
Don't like that. Don't like that.
Absolutely not.
Okay.
And also, we also have our faces.
Great.
Coincidentally, mine kind of mimics how I felt watching yesterday's series. But Rob, as you can see.
Well, I'm the LPL rep, so
Yeah,
I'm
he's-
very
he's
happy. I'm
very
incredibly
I
happy.
thought you were in EU. I see you jump sides depending on
It's,
who wins.
look, my
Classic.
loyalty's easily bought, you know.
All right, stake your mark, lads.
So let's start with top lane then. Where do you think it's going to go, and who has the best chances?
You get to go first.
Or actually,
Okay.
who's going to make the difference today? That's the
So
context.
this is where I think the most interesting conversation is, because I think when you look at like in lane, I would definitely give it to Bin. I think Bin has been absolutely incredible in actually getting these advantages and putting 369 in his place. But when it starts to teeter in towards the later team fights, that's where I think it starts to become a much bigger win for 369. But as Azale rightly pointed out, his team fighting has been absolutely impeccable.
I mean, he's been on top. I'm not going to put it so far over on 369. I think it's actually pretty even, because I do think that Bin is just such a different style, right? You know, 369 is about playing weak side. Often they're not playing towards him. You know, Shun is going to be playing more heavily towards Bin, getting him ahead. I do think Bin is a monster on carries, but I think that the team fighting side, you know, is definitely to 369, and he has really been able to answer him well historically. So I do think it's a pretty even matchup.
Yeah, I'm gonna echo. So I'm gonna nestle myself right beside him.
Don't
Because
want
I
to
do agree.
upset
I
the
also,
apple cart.
what I really, the main thing to me is that I think that the Bin that we're seeing at this tournament is not the same Bin that we saw domestically, right? I think that he has really shown that, as much as we talked about it, you know, 369 and then trash talking one another, and Bin playing side immediately in solo queue, you know, we've actually seen the impact of this. He has actually been able to be more versatile and not just carry on carries.
And but that's the thing, is that the fact that we've had Bin who's managed against 369 in their series to get solo kills, to get these advantages, it's been about trying to translate them into team fights, and that's where these carries haven't been able to fully perform, and that's where we've actually seen the adjustment, as Chronicler was saying, the shift towards tanks, towards Scions. These are things that have been picked up after being beaten by 369 and has added another layer to the armor and the repertoire that BLG are bringing. So this is going to be the big curiosity for me. What side do we see Bin go towards? I'm sure he's going to bring out carries at least once, and I hope he does get to have that performance.
Yeah, I guess the big question is if Bin can step on stage here as a complete player, a more complete player than he was before this will heavily increase the chances coming out of BLG. But we followed Bin's story so far here, and he's learning English because he watches a lot of WWE, so we found it fitting to make some graphics. And well, yesterday, Zeus is in the pile now too, I guess.
He's just adding to the pile game after game after game, dunking on top laners left and right. But this does not tell the story of the LPL, like we said. They have actually fought against each other, already have 4 series, and 369 came out on top in all 4 of those. He's going to be looking to put Bin in the bin today and make it 5 for 5 on the year.
That's so cool. I heard that it made it all the way to Weibo and like the Chinese community as well, that they love the memes, and you know, we know they do, but it's true. Even though it's a meme image, it does reflect what we expect to happen here today, either of those.
Even though I think the individual performance and early laning leads don't matter as much, as Azil was pointing out earlier, the way that your top laner is able to either create space for your AD carry or set up team fights is still extremely pivotal. And if you're not able to deliver on that part, you're not going to be able to get a win.
Definitely so. Well, to introduce our first mid laner today, here's Emily with a finals edition of Draw My Life on JDG's Night.
Draw My Life, Night. Zhou Knight Ding began his pro career on Young Miracles, an LSBL team well known for scouting strong talent. Knight was known pre-debut as a mid-lane prodigy in solo queue. He initially wanted the name Knight and then added the K without knowing that it too was an English word. The prodigious mid laner is from the same city as Yagao. They once played on the same Net Cafe team and have now met in the LPL finals multiple times. Knight was nicknamed the Golden Left Hand by Chinese casters for his mechanical prowess and the fact that he is left-handed. Knight's parents are both very supportive of his esports pro career. His father teaches the game of Go, and he also won some Age of Empires competitions himself. Knight has been to LPL finals 5 times since 2020 and now has 2 LPL titles, including the most recent one. Known for his strong domestic performances for years, Knight has now brought them to the international stage at 2023 MSI.
Thank you so much, Emily. I believe, Dagda, you actually said something when we talked about him being the left-hand king.
Yeah, the reason he's called the golden left hand is because he'd actually swap his hands across. So he'd play with his right hand across his body, playing on the keyboard, and his left hand over his body on the opposite side, playing with the mouse. And he played like that from the start, yeah, until he actually started to get the equipment that was useful for him. But
That's unbelievable. Yeah. We drew the comparisons the last couple of days about DRX. You know, we had the story of Deft and Faker attending the same school. Here's a similar story for Yugao and Knight as well in the same net cafe. But I want to focus in on kind of the competitive element and how these two have developed both domestically and on the international plane.
For me, the most important is that Knight has been hyped up as a player that could be one of the best mids in the world, right? For years, we've been hearing the stories, and domestically, we have actually seen that he's been able to live up to that expectation. But I think this MSI, we are truly seeing what this player is capable of. Insane carry performances in almost every single game that we've seen of him.
I mean, he's an absolute beast individually. And I do think, he really does deserve the credit for that. But Yugao, on the other side, I think is deserving of a lot more credit than people have been giving him, right? You know, people coming in MSI were saying, all right, sure, yeah, maybe you're a top 4 team because you're in the LPL, but this guy is going to get clapped by Faker, he's going to get clapped by Chovy, he's going to get clapped by Knight, and it has not been the case. He plays his role so well, and in this meta where it's not just about mid lane carries, it's about how you facilitate and enable your team, how you create space for your ADs in a team fight. Yugao has been more than equal to the challenge. He was outperforming both Faker and Chovy in back-to-back victories over the LCK teams.
And also specifically for Yugao versus Knight. Yugao, as we kind of saw in that story, like Yugao beat Knight to be the mid laner on their hometown team. And it's always kind of been the demon on Knight's shoulder, where he hasn't always been able to overcome Yugao. Yagao's actually had the better side of that matchup when they've met traditionally, and Knight hasn't performed to the level that we expect when he's set up against Yugao. So certainly when I look at this, I think we'll have to see, especially as they know each other so incredibly well. Yugao sometimes just has that edge against Knight, and we'll have to see if he can do it here again.
Now, after singing all of Yugao's praises, I think it is very Knight favorite.
I'm just gonna. I don't want to seem like I'm.
Are you
always
just covering Azel's face every time?
Knight has just been so good this tournament, and this guy has been impressing me for years and years regionally. You know, I first really started to watch him because of his Syndra play, and that is what I kind of fell in love with. You know, for this player, he is just built different on the carries, and I do think he can actually facilitate and play multiple different styles and roles, which is, I think, what gives him that big edge over Yugao, who I don't think can take over a game in the same way that Knight can.
Yeah, I think especially when you're looking at the meta the way it is, it's kind of hard not to give it to Knight. I'm going to go a little bit more this way, just because Yugao does have this secret special weapon against Knight. I'm not sure what it is, but I definitely do think when we come into this Knight, the matchups that he has, how good he's been, and the fact that we're finally getting to see this guy on the international stage perform. This is what people have been touting about in the LPL for so long, and finally we're getting to see it on the international
I'm seeing a trend. I really am. And I know we've undervalued everyone on BLG and BLG every single time, and I didn't think it was going to change.
The sum is greater than the parts. It's fine.
Is that what you're going to say at the end?
Yeah, it's fine.
But obviously fair in your analysis, because that is the expectation that we have. So many interesting matchups, not in the least in the bot lane, because Ruler has a chance to solidify himself as one of the all-time greats today. Let's take a look at his story.
Of all the players in the world, few are as closely associated with one team than Ruler on Gen G, formerly known as Samsung Galaxy. Let's look back at the journey of one of the best players of all time. His career started back in 2016 on a team called Stardust in Challengers Korea. From there, we got the move that would define the next years for both Ruler and Samsung Galaxy as he joined the org in May of 2016. Although Samsung was still experimenting with Stitch and Wraith, it was in 2016 that Ruler joined a fairly freshly role-swapped Core JJ in the bottom lane, and unbeknownst to us, would create one of the most formidable late-game duos the LCK has ever seen. Worlds 2016 was the tournament that introduced the bot lane duo to the international audience, as Samsung made it all the way to the final versus the mighty SKT. After struggling the first 2 games, Samsung started what looked like a reverse sweep for the ages, forcing a Game 5. But in that deciding game, disaster struck.
He gets devoured by Core JJ, he's in so much trouble. Flashes away to safety, curtain call not up, and Core JJ dies. Why were they so far forward?
A devastating defeat, but Ruler's first year in competitive play had been a huge success and a sign of what was to come. The next year, it was time for the rematch once again in the World's Finals at the Bird's Nest in Beijing. But now the story was different, with Samsung Galaxy taking a commanding 2-0 lead. And when it looked like Faker and SKT would bounce back, Ruler saw a chance to redeem himself with one of the most famous plays in league history.
Galaxy push mid first. You see the flash hold left. They've caught Faker. They've got the CC. The mid laner is down. The unkillable Demon King has done his life. Ruler on the Nexus. The upset is complete as the kills come through. The SKT dynasty is over.
A new king had been crowned, but Samsung Galaxy would quickly be brought down to earth after their triumph. 2018 is a year Ruler and LCK fans would like to forget. Samsung Galaxy had become Gen G, and in the world's group stage on home soil, they would finish last, behind RNG, Cloud9, and Vitality. The LCK era was over. Now, despite his success on the international stage in 2016 and 2017, Ruler was still chasing an LCK title. The next years saw him and Gen G finish second in spring 2020 behind T1, second in spring 2021 behind Damwon Kia, and second in spring 2022 behind once again T1. Ruler kept falling at the last hurdle. But then, in the 2022 Summer Finals versus his arch nemesis T1, the legend finally got to lift the trophy he'd been chasing all this time.
They're going to try Atlas and Gen G. It might not have happened for them before. Ruler about to pick up his first LCK trophy.
Ruler spent 7 years with Gen G. He won 1 LCK title, 1 LCK season MVP, made Worlds 6 times, winning it once and being crowned Worlds Finals MVP in 2017. But after a 3-1 loss to DRX in a dramatic semifinals at the Madison Square Garden, his legendary career with Gen G came to an end. The team put their faith in the rookie Pays, while Ruler made the move to the LPL and powerhouse JDG. So far, 2023 has been a massive success for Ruler, and surrounded by the superstars of JDG, he's continuing an amazing career by winning the LPL, making his first ever MSI, and now just 1 win away from lifting the title.
What an unbelievable story. Ruler could be the second player to win LCK, LPL, MSI, and Worlds, the other being Deft. And just looking at that, Chronicler, it's giving us goosebumps.
Yeah, I thought I'd gotten over Ruler. A guy that is so, you know, oh, I'm the best. I'm going to dunk on everyone. Cry when he finally won his title. But seeing that, I need a moment.
I mean, it's incredible, right? And he's walking into the finals today as, I think, heavy favorites, right? And if he is able to win, as you say, Shox becomes only the second player to really pull off that achievement. Worlds, MSI, the 2 massive international events, and also taking a title in the 2 hardest leagues in the world by far. You have to think that that really does start shooting him up the rankings for potentially being the greatest AD carry of all time.
I'd love to talk about it. We have some time. Would he be for you?
I definitely think he's up there. I think you were kind of talking backstage about the fact that he's not only been so good, but it's been about how long he's been there as well. Also just the fact that the titles are starting to come through for him. He's won across both regions. It feels very difficult to not put him up there. And like, there are people that you'd look at, like the likes of Uzi, and people are like, oh, maybe this guy is up there. But the lack of titles, this is where, even though he hasn't really had that longevity now that he's left the scene, this is where he started to put question marks on it. But Ruler's kind of answering a lot of those questions.
Yeah, particularly in a role that's as mechanically intensive as AD carry, I think, to me, like being in the amongst the best AD carries in the world for what, like 6-7 years now is an incredible feat.
So is anyone willing to put their money where their mouth is and say if he wins today, that's definitely it, best bot laner ever?
That's I want to be able to say it, but when you look at like the world championships that we've had that are coming through for the likes of guys who are on SKT and that, it's very difficult to start putting
I think it's so hard to contextualize, right? Because I think you can definitely say he's the greatest ever modern AD carry, right? You know, of this current era. It's so hard to compare to someone like Bang, though, right? Who won back-to-back world championships, who won back-to-back MSIs. You know, those 4 international titles within such a small time was so incredible. But Ruler is making history once again. He is actually topping the kills per game record as far far as international events. He's averaging 7.1 kills per game throughout this MSI. If they were to win today, there is a very high chance that he actually will hold that record, as it has been all about him, and he's really turning in. 7 years into his career, one of the best performances ever.
What does he have to do? Does he have to get 5 pentakills today or what?
I mean, if there is someone that is calling for a penta the moment he gets a kill, it is this guy. Okay, I've heard so many comms over the years of, you know, they start setting up a kill and Bruno's like, penta, 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 give it to me. No player in the LCK does it as much as him.
Yeah, but I think it is a very big story for Ruler about, and kind of a lot of guys that we see move across from the LCK and the AD carry road to the LPL, about how good they are at setting up those AD carries for success and turning them into nearly the best versions of themselves.
Yeah, we've seen it with Deft, and we've even seen it with Elk, I think, this tournament, right? Elk came in and has, like many players, as we keep going back to for BLG, not necessarily been a guy that many were talking about, right? Gumayushi obviously was talked about a lot. Pace, even though he was a rookie, was at the forefront of the conversation. But when push comes to shove, Elk outperformed him so heavily, so aggressively, and I think he was a really big part of why BLG played as confidently as
and they played so many back-to-back best-of-5s. They played the most hard-to-play matchups the whole tournament. Surely that will be reflected in our board.
I mean, Elk, to me, can get to that level, but I just don't think he's there quite yet. You know, I think the difference between these players is less about the peak within the team fights. We know that Elk has the mechanics and can really pull it off. To me, it's more about how mistake-prone he is.
Yeah.
And I think that is really the kind of Achilles heel for this player, is that he has had those moments where he gets too aggressive, he goes a bridge too far, and a team like JDG will absolutely rinse you when you make those kind of mistakes. Ruler on the other side, it feels like he never really has stepped a foot wrong very often in this tournament.
He actually, and this is specifically because I've watched some of those players, he has one moment this tournament where he had to flash in his classic Ruler spot, which is like right between tier 1, tier 2, where he does have a tendency to get caught. But you know, you go first, Rob. I don't want to see like him following his hill every time.
I think we're forgetting a little bit about these supports that are here as well. I think Honest had an absolutely incredible tournament, especially over the last couple of times. But on the opposite side, Missing and Elk used to play together. If there's anyone who knows Elk's tendencies, it is going to be Missing from their WE days. The fact that like they actually separated because they wanted to play the game so differently, I think is super interesting. So I'm going to go a little bit closer to this side. Well, I'll just cover fully Azel's Fed as well.
I purposely did not do that. Come on, Rob.
We have to keep the train going. We have to keep it going.
The bullies.
Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, I think the other thing, obviously, we haven't talked about jungle yet, and I think jungle is going to be such an X factor here. And while I would traditionally say, you know, Kanavi in the LPL, I think, has performed a lot better, I think Shun has been such an X factor for this team. I know we are going to talk about it. You have some cool telestrators to show us, but to me, if Shun can continue performing at that level and be that difference to really get his bot lane ahead, I think that can overcome potentially some of the skill gap in the bot lane. So I am kind of excited to see if Shun can really turn in these same levels of performance.
I'll help you then, so you'll put your face over here.
Yeah, I am going to put it on Shun's side because I do think he has turned in 2 incredible series back-to-back. I think he was such a huge reason for those wins.
Yeah, I think the last 2 series Shun has played have been absolutely incredible. The way he was able to track the enemy jungler, he was always in the right place at the right time, splitting the map when he needed to. And I think Kanavi has had incredible carry performances, so I actually don't know where this one's going to go. So I'm going to slam it right down there in the middle. I think with the way Shun's performing,
finally we get some disagreements. I'm going to go more over here. I think that as good as Shun has been, I do 100% agree with you. Kanavi, to me, has been one of the smartest junglers of the tournament, and I don't think that Shun is going to be able to do what he did against T1 yesterday, right? Where the continuous bot dives were a really big part of why they were able to get so far ahead in the team
I have
fight.
to give them some hope.
Yeah, for sure.
I know Kanavi is really good.
He's really good.
We got to put one head on this side.
But I'm glad you brought it up in terms of the bot dives. It happened over and over and over, and T1 just didn't seem to get the memo, Rob, but we expect that JDG will.
Yeah, and we're going to take a look at this on the telestrator here, because I think the big thing that you have to look at is not only the fact that Elk has been able to split the map, but how they execute on these dives as well. I want you to keep your eyes on as this clip rolls through, because we're going to see this continuously happen with the Lulu as we go through a few of these, which is just how much On is doing in these. Always tanking, always setting up, and this constant juggle that we're seeing coming through. You catch it again, Elk and On have already made these incredibly aggressive trades, and you can just see how low Gumayushi is, and it's become such a signature of these dives as they start to roll on through. that Elk and On have just been taking these hyper-aggressive trades, but they're always having On just barely on the edge of range, making sure that he's able to set up the plays. So they're juggling these health bars so incredibly well, and it's making it so hard for teams like T1, for other members, to really deal with the dive, because you want to try and dive on the Lulu, but On has been positioning so incredibly well on the back of these and making it nigh on impossible for anyone to turn these around for BLG.
Well, I just think it's so interesting because most teams, and traditionally the logic is, unless you can actually slow stack the waves, zone them off XP, and do a level 3 jungler, 2 level 2 bot laners against a level 1, people don't usually dive that, right? These are level 2 bot lanes against level 2 bot lanes with only +1. It's 3 versus 2 dive. They're getting 2 kills. They're almost never giving a kill back. Like, it is really, really impressive, and I just think T1 weren't prepared for it because very few teams will actually go for that, because if it goes even the slightest bit wrong, all of a sudden you actually get all killed, and it's a disaster.
It also highlights, I think, a really big stylistic difference, which is that in the LPL, and this is also the reason why we've seen players like Deft and Viper really level up their laning, every single minion is contested so much more aggressively. And I think Elk and On really embodied that every time they step forward, went in with the Lulu, with the Zeri. And as a result, you know, even with the summoner still up, the health bar so low, they can set up the dives.
And we can be thankful to them that we don't see Jinx Aphelios every game, because Elk's actually phenomenal on Zeri and has not been afraid to pick that in the first game of a series. So much between these players and these two teams. So let's take a look at who the fans predicted to win in our MasterCard fan predictions. And I believe this may be the closest one. There was a similar one before, but here we go.
The fans are starting to believe.
Yes.
I mean, Billy Gaming started to come out very closely, JDG. And I mean, look, when you look at them in that first series that they played in the LPL, it was incredibly close. All 5 games, one fight away from maybe going the way of BLG. And with how BLG are performing at the moment, they definitely look like they're on form to go against JDG.
We haven't seen JDG for a few days either, right? So maybe people are like, okay, well, how strong is this team actually? It can't be that bad.
I mean, I just think it's one of those things where it's like, it's so easy to look at these last couple series from BLG where they weren't supposed to be Gen G. That was supposed to be a 3-0 or a 3-1. Okay, they made that happen. Then you're like, well, maybe they could beat Team 1. They did pretty well against Gen G, and then they beat them too. And it starts to feel like everything that you're looking at these teams on paper and saying JDG should be favored kind of starts feeling like maybe that should go out the window, because they were supposed to lose to all these other teams, and they won there too.
And what's important as well is the way in which they won. It wasn't, you know, like it wasn't scrappy. They were very much in control. They dropped one game against the #1 and #2 LCK seed, right? It felt like they were in control for many of or basically the entirety of many of the games. And it's going to make you rethink, even though we've seen this matchup so many times this year.
True. Thank you so much to the fans also for voting every single day. You've got a pretty good win rate. Thank you for checking in with @MasterCardNexus on Twitter. Do it for the next event as well. It really helps us, even though we don't really know what's going to happen today. We're only a few minutes away from the opening ceremony presented by MasterCard. A quick reminder for all viewers here in the venue and at home. The following program contains imagery that may cause discomfort for our photosensitive viewers. For the audience in venue, please remain seated during the performance. Now, let's zoom out for the final few moments before the series. And when we look at the holistic picture, what has shaped our global esports for League of Legends internationally for so many years, we've seen a fair bit of LPL dominance, but it is the very first time we get LPL versus LPL in a final.
Absolutely. And, you know, it's never happened at Worlds. Obviously, this is the first time it ever could have happened at MSI, and immediately it does happen. You know, this has been the LPL's tournament from the very beginning. You know, EDG, you know, winning that first one all the way back with the famous Morgana counterpick on LeBlanc, who, when Faker was undefeated on this pick. They have had history with this tournament. RNG winning it 3 times. LPL has won 4 of the last 5 MSIs as well. They've already secured their Liga win, and now it is just up to these two teams trying to make history for themselves and for their teams and take that title.
But still, some of that legacy does live on. Like, Tabe is still here with BLG. Bin is still here, the defending champion here. So I'm excited to see if they can grow that legacy once more for themselves, but now for a very different roster in BLG.
And cool that we have these two converging stories coming out of the LPL. JDG, the super team to end all super teams. I've seen some stories where it doesn't work out the way that you want it to. So what is different about this super team?
Well, I'm going to loop it back to what Azil was saying earlier, right? Like, is this a DRX story or is it the Suning story? Because Dom1 was very similar in that they were so dominant when they won Worlds in 2020. And right now, JDG looks almost impossible to beat. The level of cohesion that these players have with one another and the fact that they actually live up to their individual skill levels is what makes them seemingly unbeatable.
Yeah, especially when you look at, like, historically, 369, who was one of the best laners that we had. Now, Bin has kind of stepped up to take that mantle a little bit, but Knight in a similar boat. Ruler and Missing have been unstoppable. Their laning phase is incredible. You had Kanavi, who's been one of the top junglers in the LPL for so long, and then add in the fact that, as you were saying, they all seem to be mind controlled by one thing. It's like, it feels so difficult to beat this squad.
Well, and that's the difference, right? You ask why this super team and not the others, to me, is not 5 incredible individuals playing League of Legends. It is 5 incredible individuals playing as one cohesive unit, and that is why they're really exceeding expectations.
But who would win? The most storied, experienced, best fit for a super team or a ragtag team of BLG players who have showed you all wrong the whole tournament?
You can see me on this, right? I'm all the way over at the JDG side. But you know, I actually talked to one of the LPL casters, Munchables, and he told me about the principle of mojo. And let me tell you, when you include that, maybe we move some of the faces. You know, maybe we go a little bit further this way.
Here, look.
And maybe, just maybe, BLG can get it done today.
Here, look, we'll stick that on there.
Boom!
I love
it. We'll stick that there.
Thank you. This is very scientific. I mean, it just goes to show that you can predict and you can try to predict and you can take the parameters of what you have seen so far this tournament, but it's all going to have to go down on this stage. Whoever steps onto it with the most grinta, with the biggest focus. And with that, we are less than a minute away from the MSI 2023 Grand Finals. And what a historic success it has been for the LPL. The current best region in the world is fighting it out for their 5th MSI title on the stage here today. Who will take the trophy? JDG's super team or the Cinderella story of BLG? It's time for the opening ceremony presented by MasterCard.
Didn't do recon, but they wanna lead him and guide him straight and tip him off axis. I was in the belly of the beast, meanwhile, they was cutting man deep like sickle or mantis. I've been winning off practice, not clout or digital captions. World's in madness, how am I gonna manifest greatness if I don't make actions? I don't need reasons, I just need money and power and stat lift. I don't wanna do it like that or like that or like that. That member's too underhanded. Big man said they ain't landed. Never gonna profit off blackness. Never got a dollar of sadness, but I've been sunk, so I don't do sanctions. Everything that crown sees soon. Feel it weighing down on my shoulders. Rules are meant to break, but proud is full. Money on my head, cause I'm lawless. They cannot relate, walking down this road. Getting the same, they know the bait. Rules are meant to break, but the proud is full. Came in this game with a serious killer instinct, man, I never did courses. Look all the times in the past, they rejected him, now they wanna imitate patterns and forces. Caught him, stone eye vision like Gorgon's moving. Terrified look in his eye when he finally realized all of the weapons that he brought to the war ain't forming. I've been giving this heart and body and soul and mind and organs, not to my fingers bled. Now it's all skeleton keys and brokies. Treading with means and caution, man, I had bellies to feed for morning. So if they start selling me dreams, I'm walking. Yeah. I wasn't comfortable, man, I was scared. Looking for solace and they wasn't there. Now I'm a problem and they wouldn't dare. Yeah, yeah. Doubling down for this game isn't fair. Reloaded the dice, I came in prepared. Beating this soul out of body, I feel like I'm floating on air. How do you cope when they never gave you hope? Really left you in the cold, and it's weighing heavy on your soul. To be honest, I don't know. Either way, I had to grow, get it together, whatever the weather, and carry that tribulation to the.
2023! Just like that, BLG come alive! Oh my god, JDG, how are they finding these moments?
Combo with the middle lane, and they are dominating!
Are you kidding me? This man refuses to lose! Can't keep getting away with this, Ruler!
There's got so much damage! The Cyclone behind us!
JDG find the win once more!
Oh, beautifully done! The job from you down!
Your cow's not done! Now he's unstoppable! Nightfall starts and ends the fight in one move. He's dead! Oh my god! Kanabi knows this is just free money, free food. Kill that dude, Kanabi!
Oh, look at that damage! He'll be taken down by all!
Oh, he flashed in! Ben puts him in the bin! But there's another flag by 39! Just can't touch this man. Just too damn good. JDG might just be the best damn team fighting team in the world. BLG!
Rules are meant to break, but proud is full. Money on my head, cause I'm lawless. They cannot relate, walking down this road. Getting the same, they know the bait. Rules are meant to break, but the proud is full.
跟奈特其实从很小的时候就认识了，然后那时候我们两个还没有成为职业选手，那时候只是在网吧相遇。
我和瑶瑶也是，就比赛上也会经常交流这种中单的细节吧，也是给他搜罗过很多次，就在游戏上也会互相帮助的，就都会进步。
但是那个时候我就感觉到，我跟他以后一定会在顶峰相见的。想说，老弟已经让你赢了我3个 BO5了，这次决赛，哥哥就把冠军拿走了。
2017년에 롤드컵을 중국에서 하면서 많은 팬분들이 응원해주셨던 게 기억에 많이 남습니다. 그 이후로는 좀 되게 나는 뭔가 제가 좀 어쨌든 이렇다 할 막 성적을 많이 못 내가지고 저한테는 이번 MSI를 우승하게 된다면 룰러라는 선수가 좀 한 단계 더 성장하는 그런 계기가 될 수 있다고 생각하고.
In this fight, that's Rafika somehow manages to curve the anchor, and it's a double kill now for Zeus, but the re-engage is gigantic.
It was supposed to be EDG, it was supposed to be Gen G, it was supposed to be T1, but here at MSI, BLG stands strong.
有点进攻伙伴，但是我知道我们做一点会击败他们。 我觉得那一天就是今天。
Bin going mega, finding one, he uses an R of his own. Oh, Giga Bin don't miss.
左手将引领未来。My right hand will knock you out。
我们已经连续3次输给，我们连续输给3次京东 B5嘛，然后但是我觉得4不过3，这次我们一定赢。
I will become the king.
Are you ready for Giga Bin?
Welcome everyone to MSI Grand Finals 2023 here in the Copperbox Arena in London. I'm Medic, that's Vedi, and in the middle of the Medi-Vedi sandwich we've got some Kobe beef.
The British
for the
caster
finals.
sandwich. I love all the British casters.
I'm so excited to be here. The energy in the arena is electric right now. We've got a grand finals between two brothers, the LPL finals, the first ever international LPL final. The rise to dominance of these LPL teams. I'm more than ready to get into the game.
So many storylines behind these two teams, behind these players. How cool was that intro too? Highlighting the heroes on these teams. Knight, the golden left hand of the LPL, but Bin says he's gonna knock you out with his right. Whew.
Honestly, the entire opening ceremony presented by MasterCard into that video have got me so hyped up. I'm a little teary-eyed, I'll be honest, Kobe, as we get into the draft for Game 1. JDG elected the blue side.
And everybody knows, BLG are massive underdogs here. JDG has beat them already this year in 3 best-of-5s and a best-of-3. But really, this story is about the growth of BLG over this tournament. I think one of the biggest things they've done in an AD carry meta is make that adjustment of banning away the Jinx to then spam either Zeri or Jinx and have Elkon a premier team fight carry for later, and really prioritizing that Lulu. JDG giving that respect to Bin, where they have been banning this Gwen.
Well, the last time that they met Rakan was a really important pick here at MSI. We'll see if BLG choose to remove it, because I'm sure that they were not expecting the Gwen ban. The Ahri will be taken away from Knight. We now look at some of these priority picks. Will it be the AD carries? Will it be jungle? Maokai, of course, another jungle pick that has been very important in terms of when these two met and throughout the tournament. But Jinx is going to be locked in for Ruler.
It's interesting because all of the hyper carries also want the Lulu to be paired with them, and then it kind of forces the other team to go for like a Blitzcrank, bottom lane support, kill lane into the Lulu. So that's why BLG, yes, they prioritize that Lulu over grabbing the other hyper carry first, so that they know they're going to have that late game in the bag. This is something that they have evolved throughout this tournament to do.
JDG do have the Wukong available, though. Typically, it's paired very well with the Annie, but with the Rakan stop and available, I did wonder if they would consider the Blitzcrank, but missing and on, both are very proficient Rakan players. JDG will grab that for themselves. Now, expectations are that they'll try and match with the jungle, but wow, okay, taking a different direction, hovering the Jace right now.
Yeah, because whenever you see Maokai jungle, you think about the 2 mid lane AD champions, the Tristana, the Jace, and so JDG going to presumably take this one away, maybe ban the other, as BLG should pick up AD carry.
Yeah, I really want to look towards that Zeri, most likely alongside the Lulu. Elk has already shown us, but of course the Aphelios does a very similar thing. Jinx has been winning out on the Jinx-Aphelios matchup, though, over the last few days. I think the record is 20 wins to Jinx and only 12 wins in favor of the Aphelios.
We'll see how things pan out today. Of course, both Ruler and Elk very proficient on both the Aphelios and Jinx sides. The Jace early priority. I guess JDG expecting that the AD carry to come through means that they have a little bit of flexibility how they can even target ban even more. Remember that you can flex this Jace to both top and mid.
Love that. When you have the Maokai, you're always worried about the ultimate getting stolen. They ban out the Sylas. See about JDG here as far as their focus. Is it going to be continued on Bin, or are they going to actually try and take away things from Yagao, like the Tristana, like some of maybe those utility supportive style mid lanes?
I wonder if Yagao will even consider the Talia if JDG want to try and remove it. Right now, top lane is being banned away. Okay, so this heavily suggests that this Jace is heading towards the top side of the map. Wouldn't be surprised to see something like the Jax taken away as well.
So what about Sion here then? Because 369 is the top laner that made Bin
question his whole approach to the game and start spamming tanks. So if all of these bans are going towards Bin from JDG, are they worried about 369, you know, picking up that sign with all the protection here?
Did it the last time they played here at MSI. It didn't work out too well for BLG. They did manage to do that initial invade, but weren't able to get enough of a lead for that to snowball for them. Sejuani now banned by BLG. And we'll see if JDG decide, as you said, Veddy, maybe a supportive pick in the mid lane like the Nautilus. Instead, that's worked its way all the way through into our second round of picks.
Okay, so what will BLG choose to do? The safe approach here is to just lock in the Scion. With it up and available, you know that it will be a fine matchup into the Jace, so of course you will get bullied, but you can create that split map, already put pressure on the bot side of the map very early. It's something that we've seen Bin play to great success multiple times, but you have to question, is this something that JDG want to come through? And wow, so Yagao going to be picking Syndra into the Syndra god himself now.
Yeah, steals it away from Knight. Knight, the undefeated this year, Syndra player, 9-0. They yoink it away, and that means we're going to have to see 369 tank first.
Gragas have it, of course. All right, locked in. Still a lot of flexibility on the side of JDG. Don't really know where everything is going, but if they lock this in, we'll get a pretty good idea. The damage on the side of JDG a little low, but I think that when you have the Jace and the Jinx, it should be fine overall. Expectations are that you would end up putting this Gragas in the jungle, and then you would end up putting this Nautilus mid.
And a lot of the power of a composition like this from JDG comes from killing the first target. You get people poked down, Gragas goes in, or you get a good hook, and the Jinx starts to get excited, and that's when you can really run away with the game. When your AD carry is set up for success, it tends to win you games. Looks like, though, BLG with the Kennen going all the way through the draft might just be drafting an incredibly strong team fight composition for themselves.
Last time they met, Kennen was perma-banned, always removed, but we also know that Bin is an incredibly confident Jax player. This is the champion that, well, everyone really knows him for, and he's going to be locking it in. So comfort for BLG in the top lane. I wonder how, of course, we'll wait to see exactly where everything goes from JDG. Expectations are that this Gragas will be going into the jungle, the Jace will be going top, and then the Nautilus mid. But are JDG going to surprise us? Are they going to do something completely different? Again, we'll wait for the timer to run out before we confirm. But for BLG, kind of stock stand of what we've been seeing at this tournament. A lot of great peel from both the Syndra and the Lulu. The engage is very strong with the Maokai. And of course, Bin's Jax will always find ways into the fight.
Exactly. They stay true to themselves here, at least in game number 1 of a best-of-5 series.
Gents, they didn't swap.
I like this.
That is a Nautilus jungle
for Kanavi.
One of the reasons that people don't like jungling the Nautilus is because the move speed is one of the lowest base move speeds in the entire game. But the way in pro play, where it's all about jungle, playing 4 lanes and kind of being a follower to the rest of them, he's just looking to peel for Ruler and Knight.
Obviously, you can use your dredge line to get onto terrain. It refunds some of the cooldown on it and gives you some of the mana back, but what a surprise. In game 1, we thought the Naut was a two-way flex between support and mid lane. Instead, JDG show us that they can play it wherever they damn well please. Nautilus jungle to kick off the MSI 2023 Grand Finals.
I love it. The trick's coming out already. Let's get into it. Continuing the rivalry here. JDG versus BLG all year long. And now the battle between Knight and Yagao again. They made their way all the way here to London. 5,664 miles from their home city, where they grew up together, playing in the same PC cafe. They will now fight for an international title.
And it was Yagao who used to win those battles when they were playing in that PC cafe. He was the king of Pingshong. And we'll see if perhaps the Knight can dethrone him here in London. Not too much happening in the early game. We see both teams setting up a bit of a line of scrimmage. A ward from BLG over towards this blue buff. We'll see where Kanavi decides to start. And I think BLG will probably be as surprised as the rest of us with the fact that this Nautilus is being piloted in the jungle.
Curious as to where he starts, and BLG very interested in knowing that information. Wards dropped on both red and blue. We'll see what direction he chooses to go. Looks like that he's likely to start on the Raptors. Gragas going to make his way up, or 369 rather, through the blue to see if anything sneaky is going on. Bin should get a good trade. Nice block back from 369.
Taking advantage of the AoE here on Nautilus. Love it from Kanavi already. Of course, starting the E on Raptors. You know everybody's going to want to try and copy this. I apologize for solo queue immediately after. As soon as you see something like this,
I mean, the one benefit is solo queue's on 13.10, right? So you can't really bring out these strategies as easily.
I mean, Kobe, you've been casting for, well, forever. Do you remember when Nautilus Jungle used to be the meta? It's very old school. It's been a while since we saw it, but...
I mean, Kobe was probably there the last time it was played, actually, because it was 2015 by X-Smithy in the NALCS, the last time we saw it in a Tier 1 region.
Yeah, Jake performing quite well with it. Meanwhile, Kanavi here, he is just going for the red side clear down towards bottom. After Krugs, kind of leaning, he's leaning towards bottom side here. So presumably you're going to play off of your bottom lane. Missing and Ruler do have the advantage as far as minions.
They have the, as you rightly said, Kobe push, which means that Kanavi, I mean, Elk and On should be suspicious of this Nautilus being on the bot side of the map. He's looking for it.
On flashes away. Void's missing. Missing takes a chunk in return. Equilibrium, long-range headshot there. Takes the Rakan down to 100 HP, but he'll be able to recall, and with the wave pushing in, they shouldn't lose too much in that bottom lane.
Kanavi here on the Nautilus is super supportive as well, by the way. He's gone Font of Life in his runes to try and get that extra little bit of healing.
Ruler's in trouble.
Missing has left. BLG stepping forward, the heal, the flash. Twisted advance in from Shun, the knockback with Bramble Smash. Ruler will escape under his tower.
Yeah, really good cleanse there from Ruler. You have to get to the other side of that Bramble Smash, or else it's going to push you towards Elf, towards On, and you go down. So Ruler spends both of his summoner spells. Well done, but also now he's going to be a huge target. And BLG, Elk hits the snipe there. They have done such a good job of targeting bottom lane in all of their previous series, bringing down Shun, going for tower dives on bottom lane, ganking over and over.
Guess who's back?
Yeah, I mean, there's no reason not to. The wave state is in a fantastic spot for BLG. Shun is just hovering around. Ruler feels very uncomfortable right now, and he knows that his jungler's on the top side of the map. There's no way that Kanavi can really support, so Shun's happy to spend all the time
Flash
in the world.
forward from Elk. The heal coming out from Ruler puts the Flame Chompers down as well. They'll land the knockup, they'll land the zap, and even though the root goes down onto Missing, he should be able to walk away.
Bit of an ambitious play from Elk, but still able to force them back, and now he should be able to push the wave underneath the tower.
I see what he's trying to do there. He wanted to use up the rest of his bullets to get his purple gun out, but he couldn't use them all up in time, so the purple gun came a little late.
Kanavi sees a window to steal away enemy Raptors because of the amount of time that Shun has been hovering around bot. Those top camps from Kanavi haven't been cleared. Same for the bot camps from Shun, but Kanavi with a small advantage being able to find that steal. The bot lane, though, from JDG struggling in this early game. And it all comes off the back of JDG trying to find that early pick. Kanavi doing a full bot side clear into that early gank meant that Shun, already pathing bot, had a very clear window where he could actually find that punish. And the fact that they knew Missing, given his low health, was forced to go back to base, they saw that Ruler was alone, and they did a great job of looking for those plays. So BLG have really set up their bot lane for success. Ruler has now been able to find a base, but that deficit is something they'll have to find a way back from.
The net gain is only about a minion wave, right? In terms of summoners, BLG have burnt all of theirs in the bot lane. Missing still has his flash, but you can see a slight gold lead, about 100 in advantage for Elk.
And you always have to point out, yes, it's one minion wave, but a minion wave on the bottom side of the map can balloon into an entire game now.
Especially when you have a low mobility AD carry like the Jinx. Before she gets Gale Force, no real escape tools. It'll be very tricky to navigate the early game. Bing going in as the top laners butt heads, but not really too much expected to happen here as 369 trades back in, but Shun is looking for the gank. 369 has the flash, uses it to escape, and will survive the gank.
All right, summoner spells on top side. Contrary to popular belief, they actually do matter.
Okay.
Especially, you know, we're almost at 6 minutes here, so you start thinking about Rift Herald since your flashes that are blown now will not be back for that 8-minute timer. Kanavi, though.
With the gank down towards the bottom lane, knock up onto Elk, but he's behind the tower. The Flame Chompers coming out, Missing almost dies to the turret shots. Ruler takes 2. He will not fall, but Missing will. Another hook coming in from Kanavi. He's going to tank another tower shot as On begins to chase him down. I don't think he can really go too much further.
Missing went back in there, and he did not respect the power of the Lulu going down, giving the trade kill there. Could have been a little bit smoother for JDG.
Still, a well-executed play from JDG. Kanavi's back will be interrupted.
Oh!
Not quite able to interrupt that of Ruler's. But in an ideal world, you'd love for Ruler to get that kill. Knight has found Shun, but I don't think he wants to go for this trade, knowing that Yagao is right there.
But because BLG know the enemy jungler has been forced away, they can play towards this dragon. You can see Missing and Knight trying to stop it from happening. Knight down to about 30% mana, but with Yagao here, with Shun here, with On here, it should be an easy enough secure for BLG.
Yeah, and we're seeing the reason why in Champions League we're kind of talking about looking for, oh, Missing's going to pop in just for a little look. In Champions League we're talking about why you usually want to focus towards attack damage mid laners to be paired with that Maokai. We've had a easy rush on Merc Treads for Knight, and that combined with the phase rush, he's so slippery, they're not able to lock him down. Still though, BLG, they stay true to their game plan. Go bottom, get the early dragon stacking for you.
I mean, just great adaptation from JDG after their bot lane was put in a bit of an awkward spot earlier. They didn't even have a massively stacked wave, but they're still able to find that dive just because of information they had. Remember that Shun, because he spent so much time on the bot side of the map earlier, he needed to go and clear his top side camps, and this meant that the two junglers were always mismatched from one another. So there was a very big window for JDG to find a clean dive, largely uncontested. Both junglers right now, just really great awareness on the map of finding their windows. And again, you can see if you look at the base, or the minimap rather, Maokai nowhere really there to offer support. The initial knock-up from Missing means that he can tank the tower, then the follow-up from Kanavi means the Ruler actually takes the aggro, which is better setup. Of course, the Airy, thank you observers for highlighting that, ends up getting the execution down onto Missing, which means that it ends up being a 1-for-1 overall.
All right, the repeat visit. Kanavi setting up super deep vision for repeat plays towards bottom side.
I think they read it though. You can already see on the map, Shun immediately pathing towards bot, but the pressure from Knight in mid is making it harder for Yagao to really offer any assistance. He doesn't have his TP available, but Shun wants to be in a position to stop this dive.
Now Shun spotted on a ward. We'll see it with the sweeper as well. Knight and Kanavi decide they don't want any more of that action as they back away. Kanavi can step back forward. Not the best guns if you want to try and tower dive an Aphelios. The Severum Crescendum, probably the most powerful combination in short range that the Aphelios can muster.
But JDG do get themselves a plate, so overall still a win. And the pressure continues. Just once again, great awareness from Shun, knows where he needs to be on the map. Kanavi, though, getting a bit creative here. Will he find a mid-dive?
Good look for it. He's out. Does have that scatter the weak. Kanavi's going to try and walk up, get the auto down. Knight now on the chase. Kanavi tanking the tower. Scatter the weak has been used, but it won't be enough as JDG secure a kill and a plate in the mid lane.
Jungle Nautilus coming to a solo queue game near you, courtesy of Kanavi. The auto attack still goes off because unless you flash out of vision into the pocket of Fog of War, still going to complete it. We do have 369 getting the ultimate, but it just knocks him directly in place against that wall, so Bin shrugs it off.
Props to JDG. They're finding a lot of great plays on the map. They found the dive in bot. They find another dive in mid, and Yagao, very little that he could do there. He flashed away for most of the CC, but still enough damage now. BLG on the attack themselves.
369, no flash, gets a knockback flash forward by Bin, popping the ultimate as well as they look for the damage down on this Gragas, but he's a tanky boy and he's difficult to kill. One more order will be enough, and Bin secures it.
Oh, he had a couple seconds left on his flash there. 369, so close for him. They squeeze out that timing window, but it's a big kill.
Knight flashing forward as well, and Bin can do nothing but be put in the trash. Meanwhile, around the Rift Herald, Missing going low, he tries to flash away. The Moonlight Vigil did connect, and Missing will be put in the dirt, and now BLG are looking for more of a fight, they're looking for more of a fray. But JDG will just back away.
BLG have the numbers advantage in the river for now, but no, 369 has TP'd into mid lane. JDG don't want to give this up.
Shun's going to get forced away here. Doesn't have that ultimate right now. BLG trying to gain that mid lane prio, but Ruler and 369 will be able to answer El. Yagao perhaps looking for a scatter of the week, just short on Ruler. As in the end, after a brief skirmish, we see both the teams just reset to mid.
Rift Herald is worth so much now. We've seen so many games won and lost around this objective, and they're not willing to give up on it.
The last time these teams met, they fought over every single neutral, and it looks like things will not change. They're waiting for Kanavi to join the fray. JDG, though, they're not in a great position right now. They will force their way into the river.
BLG don't have that many ultimates either. Shun looking forward as he pops his own, but out, caught off towards the bottom side. 369 flashing off the back line as well, and now Bin has to deal with three members of JDG as they start to collapse. Out looking for the damage on 369, but already one member of BLG is put in his grave. Follow it with two more as JDG win the fight.
How good is Ruler? He baits him. He walks up. He knows he has Cleanse plus Flash, double summoner spells Jinx. He gets Shun to W in on him, and he takes him into the rest of the team. Even with the Maokai ultimate, they draw him in. The rest of JDG pounce, and they destroy BLG at that Rift Herald. These rewards are so big. Mid and top turret plates and the Rift Herald Vedius. What more could you ask for?
I mean, JDG have ballooned this gold lead, and they're in such a commanding spot. You can see the goals at the bottom, 1.8k lead for Knight. He's sitting at a 4-0-1 scoreline, and the domestic Knight showing up internationally at long last.
Oh my goodness, that's an eclipse already. That is quite early.
Knight is a monster right now. JDG, they executed the fight to perfection. The claim was made, are they the best team fighting team in the world? Well, we're going to see back in this fight why they're given that moniker.
Yeah, just look at this. Okay, so Knight goes for some poke, and then Ruler walks up just a couple steps in front of him because he knows he's got the safety there. And Shun goes for the combo on him with the ultimate going down. Once Bin gets locked in on the front side, 369 you can see on the top side too. Ultimate onto Elk.
I mean,
splitting up the team. JDG dissecting BLG on two fronts.
We've seen so many great 369 flanks specifically on this Gragas, and that was another spectacular one. Separating Elk from the fight. That choke point in an ideal world for an Aphelios. Oh, maybe you can get that massive Moonlight Vigil. But because he was so distracted, he couldn't really contribute to the fight. And one at a time, JDG could mow down the BLG members. A healthy gold lead now, early game in their control.
And tracking this jungle Nautilus, it is going super supportive to the surprise of nobody. It's full support with the extra damage amp just for Ruler and Knight here. Let's see what he can do on the bottom side. The ult is ready for Kanavi. The flash is ready. So much CC available.
Kanavi, flash hook on, has to burn a summoner of his own to make sure that he escapes. But yeah, this Nautilus Emax does so much damage just by himself, especially if you can get all three procs of that Riptide to hit. And now with On having burnt his flash, JDG know where their bread is buttered. It's can we put more gold onto Ruler? Can we get this Jinx into a position where later on he'll carry? They'll give him a couple of plates. Shun trying to re-engage as BLG are looking for a fight. They get the knockback on there as well as Elk continues to put the damage down, but the Moonlight Vigil comes out and Elk finds one. If Burnham doing a lot of work in this fight. Shun low, Ruler trying to get excited. He just can't hide it right now as JDG try to re-engage, but they can't find purchase.
So Knight has been consistently getting pushed in mid, and as they were threatening this bot tower, he started moving into the river, recognized Yagao wasn't on the mid wave, and said, hey, if Yagao goes bot, I can actually get more plates in mid. But because BLG recognized that Knight showed mid, they knew that they had a numbers advantage and could force the fight bot. So you look on the minimap, Knight is slowly moving back towards mid, and once the Herald drops, BLG sees a window with the arrival of Yagao that they can start a fight.
And that window, BLG know, because Ruler used both summoner spells in that Rift Herald fight. He's got nothing left, so the other two members of JDG have to block that Maokai ultimate for him, and BLG can just go through the front line. That being said, Ruler almost took down Shun, a lot of damage there. Rest of BLG blocked the shock blast there from Knight, so no return kill, but nice little answer from BLG.
You can see this damage on the mid tier 1 though. Knight consistently forcing Yagao underneath the tower. Has a whole level advantage, is a near 2k gold lead.
You gonna pick my Syndra against me? Most iconic champ.
I mean, we talk so much about how the Nautilus can be flexed between mid and support, and now Kanavi's added the extra dimension of what about jungle? What are you gonna do? And it's definitely, I think, caught BLG off guard, especially with how present Kanavi has been on the map. Dive bot, dive mid, in the team fights as well. He's been such a strong front line. Still going for that supportive itemization as well to give his team more damage.
I love it because throughout this tournament, people have had these preconceived notions about the meta, and they believe it is so rigid. But this game, look at it. We've diverted from the supportive mid laners back to carry mid laners, and so super supportive junglers here. Going to the extremes for Kanavi. Meanwhile, Shun, of course, on the Maokai, going with the first strike, get rich as quick as possible so you can, futures market in your early demonic, and he does have that, but it might be a little bit too late here because while BLG have the two dragons going for them, the third will be very difficult to get given the gold lead for JDG.
JDG 4,000 gold ahead right now. They are very much in the driver's seat of this game. You can see the Gale Force already complete for Rulo, and they're starting to try and spread that gold out a little bit. Really no lane for BLG has been able to find an avenue to get ahead in this game. Perhaps only Elk is even with his lane opponent.
And JDG smart with how they're playing the map right now. They've sent 369 to the weak side, which is bot lane, and they've allowed Knight, where the big power is sitting, to chip away at this top tower that they want to secure for themselves. They've made it very safe for him as well. You look at the minimap once more, and you can see all of this vision highlighted. Kanavi very deep into the enemy jungle. They may even look for a pick onto Bin. Perhaps it's a little too ambitious, and they would be overstepping their bounds, but this does give the safety for Knight to push in this wave.
And now JDG can set their rights on this mid tier 1.
Yeah, honestly, you feel like a god. When you have Eclipse speed, plus you have phase rush for you, plus you have flash, and you're the richest person in the game, Knight right now is actually just running Summoner's Rift, and he's coming down towards mid lane, so you know this tower is going to fall. It's so low.
Oh, and obviously knowing the Rangers very well, played against a bunch of Nautilus in his time as BLG look through and engage. They'll catch Kanavi, the depth charge comes down, and that will knock up Elk for a second. Ruler is nowhere near this fight as of yet, had to position over the wall to make sure he couldn't get caught out. And in the end, as Elk dashes forward with the Gale Force, both teams will just disengage.
Yeah, Kanavi there makes a heads-up play. You know, he blocks the Maokai ultimate, turns around, gets his ultimate onto Elk, makes sure he's not going to go down. Make sure Knight doesn't have anything getting even close to him.
So JDG have a pretty, well, I say pretty good position with the Dragons wanting about 10 seconds. BLG, after using a TP from Yagao, they do have that TP advantage with Knight's TP coming up relatively soon, but they want to be in position to contest this Drake. Ruler continues to push in mid, he needs to be careful.
Heal comes out from Elk, Ruler going forward with the Gale Force. The Megadeth Rocket doesn't quite live up to its name, but we start to see perhaps signs of how that matchup's gonna go.
Yep, forces the flash out of the Aphelios. He's so much more vulnerable now. BLG, they've got no real tank. Because Maokai, like we said, is going for the poke Maokai build, they don't have a front line for BLG. So Knight poke really, really stings, and it does not get healed back up here. So him being the only person with 2 items, they bully on through. Ruler going to shove them off that turret. They get the turret, they get the dragon. They do get a consolation prize on the other side of the map, as observers highlighted there in the split screen. BLG at least picking up the Rift Herald while they know JDG will be busy on dragon.
But now, JDG's presence on the map, look at how powerful they are on these side lanes once again. Knight can push all the way up into the tier 2. I expect them to continue this level of pressure. Push in mid, then play through bot. You leave 369 to catch waves, and if you want to really commit to that tower, you can actually bring him from top into mid, then commit your 4 members down to that bot tier 2. But they're going to start maintaining this level of pressure, waiting for next dragons, and maybe even the Baron. But I think they're mainly going to wait for a pick before they can really commit to that objective.
BLG, it becomes trickier and trickier to find plays, because if you look at it, they have one form of engage. They have the Maokai, and if you have Kanavi standing in your face, and even if you get past Kanavi, you've got 369 with an explosive cask, and even if you get past 369, you have Missing sitting there being like, okay, I'll just charm you guys now. It's so difficult to ever get onto Knight and Ruler, who have such a large range advantage, especially when you have the lethal tempo stacked up on Ruler.
And then if they say, all right, fine, we don't want a team fight, we look at the side lanes. Oh, wait. Knight, if you even compare Knight versus Bin, he is massively ahead, almost 3K here. 300 more gold to go, and that is going to be untenable in the side lanes.
JDG in a fantastic position right now. We kind of take a look at this map once again. They've sent Knight down to the bot lane. He does have TP. Yagao's TP actually coming in relatively soon. The ultimate from Kanavi, I think, used just as a zoning tool to give JDG the presence to push in mid. They're slowly moving their vision deeper. The game has slowed down a little bit. In an ideal world, JDG want to keep pressing this advantage, and BLG, the more time that they're given, at least they're given more opportunities to scale. Ideally, they'd love for Elk to be able to get that Infinity Edge before forcing a fight, because once they get that second item, they'll hit a really strong spike. Maybe that's a window where they can win out.
And there's a small bit of power in the Aphelios' kit. You don't really need to build too much attack speed, because obviously you get it from your passive. So getting the IE gives you a little bit more of a spike than perhaps if Ruler goes towards a Zeal item second, although it looks like Ruler might just be sitting on the Zeal for now as the trade happens in the top lane. 369, sandwiched between Shun and Bin, but can just dash across the wall.
Yeah, I love the stories that have emerged around the Zeal second, starting from Ruler, where Berserker was tweeting out that he DM'd Guma Yushi and he was like, why do you build Zeal second? And Guma was just like, I don't know, Ruler does it, so, you know, he's the GOAT. Follow Ruler. He's definitely going to sit on that, build his Infinity Edge, and we shall see some crits flying through.
I think that's a good enough reason to do things most of the time. I mean, if Chovy does it, I'm probably going to do it.
Well, the actual reason and why Ruler does it is because Zeal is such an efficient component item. It had to get nerfed in 3 different ways for live. If you're playing on live right now, it got its cost nerfed, it got both stats on it nerfed, the move speed and the attack speed. So he's trying to take advantage while he still can on the MSI meta here on 13-8.
So you'll notice once again, we talked about how JDG wanted to keep the pace of the game going, but they haven't really been able to push towards these tier 2s. I think that they were strong enough to do so. When you have like a near 5-6k gold lead, you really can start to threaten. But for now, they've just taken their time. They want to hit spikes of their own. Big purchase just completed once again for Knight. Getting very, very close to his third item as his tier continues to stack. And I guess they're waiting for the next dragon. Spawning in about a minute and a half. A lot of their vision right now is invested towards the top side river. They'll likely translate this down towards the bot side. They're actually sending Knight up towards top. I guess they want to keep him pressuring Yagao as the Herald now drops for BLG.
Shirelio's been used by Missing here. They want to try and close the gap onto Bin because they know he'll try and push in with this Rift Herald, and they have read him like a book. Kanavi's going to dive in here. Bin trying to do what he can, but in the midst of 3, there is nothing left but back to the fountain. The sweet release of Grayscale for Bin.
JDG in full control of the map. The Rift Herald does end up getting the tower, but it kind of sucks when no one's around to get local gold, especially on the outer ones. And Bin going down there, an easy pick for JDG. Still has 25 more seconds here for JDG to be able to rotate on up and control the rest of the map. So much so is the lead that the objective bounties are already here. JDG only have 3 currently. They do have their teleports ready for their side laners though, so BLG better be careful who they're messing with.
I feel like JDG can use this window to actually start off the Dragon, but right now they're posturing around the Baron. They're saying, oh, maybe you go and contest us for that Drake. Hey, look, you can be at Soul Point. Meanwhile, we'll sneak away this Baron. As they continue to clear out vision. JDG just taking their time, don't want to rush anything. They know the lead that they have. They know that they don't need to overforce. They've pushed in bot wave. They want Ruler to go back to base, spend some of that gold, and then come back out on the map stronger, and then look to contest his objectives. There's that Infinity Edge for Ruler, likely what they were waiting for.
Could be waiting on a Knight finishing up his next item as well. He is only the recipe cost short of finalizing his 3rd item.
We've all been there in the game in the domino effect where one person recalls, oh, I got to finish. Oh, I only need 300 gold for mine. I only have 100 gold for mine. And you get the chain reaction, but he's also about to transform his Muramana here. So not only can you get more lethality, you also get your transform of your Muramana, and holy moly, that poke from Knight is going to leave a mark. And as you already stated, having the Infinity Edge come in just means Ruler's job of cleaning up will be simplistic. Dragon taken away.
For the dive here, perhaps Knight is going to have to invest the flash to make sure he wasn't knocked against the wall with that Scout of the Week. Bin trading in the bottom lane, but it's been quite a quiet game for Bin, more on the receiving end of punishment than dishing it out as JDG now start to push in mid, unhooked, the TP immediately, the Flame Chomper's down, and that Lulu is not long for the world. JDG will secure it, and they'll look to continue pushing mid.
Just like that, JDG find themselves a pick and they're storming down the mid lane. The TP has come through from Knight and they're looking to secure an inhibitor.
Reminiscent of how T1 were able to take some wins against JDG earlier in the week. A single kill, a single team fight can absolutely open up your base, and that's exactly what JDG have done now. Now with Super Minions pushing in mid, securing the rest of the objectives on the map becomes a lot simpler.
And you can just see how comfortable JDG are, how calm they are with this lead. They know BLG like the back of their hands. Knight though, no flash,
no
okay?
Flash, the TP coming in. It's going to be another second channel time. Gets knocked back, no stun connects. Jun still looking for the chase, flash forward. Twisted advance, and now Knight is surrounded by BLG, the explosive cast. And Knight will not be found healed in the final moments to keep him alive through the unleashed power. And now Elk is just standing with a massive Gragas in his face. And JDG punish the over-eagerness of BLG.
It's a massacre as JDG will chase down on. None will be left alive as JDG will tear BLG apart. Knight will not fall. He will remain deathless in this game, and they're just looking to end it.
Oh my, I was afraid of this, fellas. In every best of 5 this year, JDG has faced BLG. They've improved. 3-2, 3-1, 3-0, and now starting out with another one.
In the battle to be the king of Ping Sheng, it is Knight who strikes first.
5-0-4 on the Jace. An immaculate performance from JDG from start to finish. And we didn't really talk about it much, but Bin has felt so confident on his Jax in so much of this tournament. And this is the first time where I really felt like we saw what the Gragas could do in this matchup. 369, just from start to finish, really had Bin's number.
And it's what we saw in the LPL finals as well. The reason Bin went home and started practicing tanks was because when he played carries into 369, he did not succeed. And I think we just see here how well coordinated 369 is with his team, but how well coordinated JDG is as a 5-man roster.
It's insane. Been able to conquer so many opponents, but not 369. You know, the one to block you, the one to make you question everything about your approach to the game.
Now, of course, Bin did predict a 3-2 in this final, so dropping a game is
all right,
nothing
all according to
unexpected for
plan.
him. Yeah, he's fine. He's just downloading the data, and of course, BLG. In terms of the start, they weren't expecting probably this Nautilus to go into the jungle. Bit of a curveball, and I think the Kanavi had a lot of presence in the early game, finding a lot of successful dives. And I will say that what we've seen BLG be super successful is actually their presence spot. And their first few levels, 1 to 4, where they were getting those advantages, getting those summoners out of Ruler, is where we see them kind of play to their comfort, play to their success, but we couldn't really see them capitalize on it moving forward.
It's been said so many times, but JDG are so good at playing defense for their carries. And they've got some of the best carries in the world in Knight and Ruler, so it's a hard thing to siege.
And for BLG, they have to find a way to crack through that defense. They have to find a way to get onto that backline. We'll see if they can do it, and we'll see what our analysts think of Game 1 of the Grand Finals.
Thank you so much, Medic. I think we expected to see a little bit more fight out of BLG with the trajectory they have had at MSI, but they're running into a foe they know very well, and unfortunately for them, their foe knows them very well. And it just looks like a completely different game when you see other teams floundering versus BLG. JDG never give them an inch.
And that, I think, is really set up both from the draft and the way that they were able to be very flexible with this Nautilus. Also, the fact that Knight was so incredible on this chase. Like, it felt like the whole team understood exactly how they wanted to try and achieve their goal, and they smacked BLG in those fights.
I also saw Nautilus for Kanavi. I think nobody would have expected that.
Yeah, and I think Kanavi, even going us back, I remember in 2021, when Udyr was debuting in the LCK, they actually credited Kanavi for coming up with this pick, right? So even way back, a lot of LCK pros held him in very high regard with the amount of creativity that he showed. And this draft, up until the very end, you have no idea who goes where, which makes preparing your early game really hard.
Yeah, it makes it incredibly difficult. I mean, they said it on the cast, but I think the last time it was played in a major region was Xmithie in 2016. So it's been a very long time since we've seen Nautilus jungle. And it is cool to actually see that come out. And especially when we've seen Nautilus so much, but every time it has been mid lane, as you say, you can't really predict where the lanes are going to go.
And it's actually, I think it was Aura7's jungler in like Plains had it as like a pocket pick, so now to actually see him make it all the way to the finals on the opposite side is sick. But I think it was so cool to see how he was able to use this Nautilus. I was talking to my brother as I watched the games. You constantly saw him just toss out an ultimate, see if it would work. Like, they were never actually committing with this Nautilus so often. They were waiting to see if they could find a play, then follow up, and it was so cool to see.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we have a bot lane role that Chronicler wanted to go over
let's talk about it, because we knew they were going to do this.
Yeah,
and it worked for a little.
What I really want to highlight here is the problem that was there for T1, which was getting the bot lane set behind, started off working out. But then, crucially, like in many other series, Kanavi is able to equalize, right? He's able to, after Shun forces Ruler summoners, and the bot lane Alkin on play very aggressive, actually get the kill here, take down the enemy AD carry. And before this, I think Ruler was sitting on like 2-wave deficit. After this, he's comfortably back in the game. He's able to get ahead, get his item spikes earlier, and you see how well JDG kind of recovered from the early hit and then snowballed the other way.
Exactly. I mean, it really just has been the story of MSI, and we're going to have to see, shouldn't be able to make those plays and be able to cover on those dives, because if you're getting Ruler ahead, there just doesn't seem to be a way to come back.
And I think that was the big difference that we actually saw in Gen G and T1, is how good Shun was good at tracking these and getting into a position where he actually could try and prevent these. But the problem was, once you end up getting that lead in the bot lane, they're able to transition that so well into team fights and into the skirmishes.
Yes, and the Herald fight we want to look at as well. Yesterday, it was a big focus going into the series, and we saw T1 and BLG brawling over it. But especially in the context of how this was going to go for JDG, we see that BLG had to make something happen.
Yep, absolutely. So we do have a play here. We're going to try to go over. We'll see if we can get started. We can just do it starting pause. This is a fight that is really, really impressive. Again, we've talked so much about JDG. You're going to have to keep your eyes, I think, on 369 as well as on Elk on the other side. How he actually plays around him in this team fight is really impressive. So we can roll the clip. And it's just about how they actually utilize the terrain, how they're creating space. BLG knows that they're down early. They want to be able to create this play over at the Herald. They're trying to force us. So we can actually just pause briefly here. 369 again playing on this flank angle. And we see that Kanavi is coming out of base. So they don't actually want to just hard commit to a fight. They want to slow play it a little bit. They want to allow BLG to take their time here. Elk is split off from the rest of the team. And we have this 3-man squad right here for JDG. So we can roll the clip again. And it's going to be about these initial engages. Shun goes in, but it's the instant cleanse. They're peeling back. If we pause here, you can see that 369 is not actually overcommitting. He goes in from the side, body slam flash, right here onto the carries, but he realizes that his team is going to be cutting back, so he's not actually fully committing to this. He's just playing in this area. He's creating that zone of threat. Knight is peeling back on one side, and they create this kind of zone control here where they have this bodyguards basically just in front of Ruler. You have to go through Kanavi, you have to go through Missing if you want to be able to get to Ruler, which is going to be incredibly difficult to do. And on the other side, it's access for 369 towards the BLG carries. So if we play the clip once more, just watch how 369 is actually playing this out. Elk tries to get over towards him. He just ults him. He's kiting back. He procs, the Q on him. He hits the Q. He hits the W. He's just knocking down Elk. While meanwhile, no one can actually get to Ruler. And I just think it's, again, so impressive how they play around him, how they're utilizing this terrain, creating these zones of control, which is a fight that starts out 4v5. They dominate.
And there's so many elements to it, right? Ruler, and in general, I think we've seen the LPL doing this entire tournament, actually using his summoners extremely aggressively, baiting them to come in, and then the ebb and flow of them absorbing the blow, and then Knight and 369 coming around and both doing so much in allowing the rest of the team to play the game.
And I think that's why, especially when you're in these little choke points, the Jinx is so important. Because you can see Bin was actually about to leap strike onto the Jinx, but just managed to get those jumpers down in time. Could have bypassed the whole bodyguard line, but it just gives you so much control in these fights, especially when you can play around those chokes.
And we see again why between those AD carries, Jinx has been favored in those situations. BLG did select blue side, so maybe they prioritize that. But we also have to crown our 1+ player of the game, and it was Knight. He had a phenomenal start. We talked so much about Yagao versus Knight in this series, but the first blow goes to Knight.
And I love the fact that they end up getting the Jace from him. He has always been incredible on these long-range picks. We had the Zoe in the past, now we're getting to see him on the Jace, and he was everywhere that he needed to be, picking up all these kills, getting that pressure in the mid lane, and then being able to allow that control from the mid lane to bleed into bot, and also when it got into these skirmishes as well.
Absolutely, and I think it's so big for the game state because you can't even then say, all right, well, we'll just play side lanes with Jax, because Jax doesn't even win side lane anymore because Knight was 3,000-4,000 gold ahead of his counterpart. So all BLG had as an answer there is a 5v5 when you're way down in gold and you're not really equipped to take it.
Additionally, what you're going to be looking for, right, if you're an Aphelios and a Maokai, you're behind, you're trying to get like the big all-in, the 100-0, but unless you can dodge every single shot blast, you're not even going to get that opportunity. A single hit from Knight, once he got fed, meant that whoever was in front of him had to peel out, so it takes away so much playmaking potential, and BLG never got to fight their way back into the game.
They never did. They didn't get to play their game maybe for the first time in a long time. They'll have to regroup because JDG deal out the first blow here in the MSI Grand Finals, and the Grind Finals maybe for BLG if they want to come back. We'll see you after the break.
Towards the bottom lane, knock up onto Elk, but he's behind the tower. The Flame Chomper's coming out, Missing almost dies to the turret shots. Ruler takes 2. He will not fall, but Missing will. But he's a tanky boy and he's difficult to kill. One more order will be enough, and Bin secures it. JDG now starts to push in mid, on hooked. The TP immediately, the Flame Chomper's down, and that Lulu is not long for the world. Twisted advance, and now Knight is surrounded by BLG, the explosive cast, and Knight will not be found healed in the final moments to keep him alive through the unleashed power, and now Elk is just standing with a massive Gragas in his face, and JDG punish the over-eagerness of BLG.
New and existing customers can choose the phone they want, like the incredible iPhone 14 on us.
Not to brag, but I'm on Verizon now. And I got to choose the phone I wanted for free. Not that you're bragging.
Choose the phone you want on us. Verizon.
Welcome to London and welcome to Red Bull Solo Queue. We're here to witness 16 players from all across the globe.
For a chance at a title of 1v1 champion of League of Legends.
It's all about the one-of-a-kind experience.
And creating unforgettable memories.
This is Red Bull Solo Queue.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to the MSI Grand Finals here in the Copper Box Arena in London. Game 1 was very JDG favored. They had control of it basically since minute 1. We'll see if BLG can bounce back here in Game 2.
Yeah, it was a bit of a stomp. I mean, it was you that told me, and LPL that told me, that like this is pretty normal for an LPL finals. Game 1 is super dominant. Game 2 is where, you know, they shake the nerves off, you know, they get the fists ready, and then we get to see a little bit more action. So I'm optimistic. Last time that these two teams played, it was, again, very one-sided for JDG Game 1. Then Game 2 is where we saw BLG really come alive. They didn't win that game, but they were very close to.
There's just so much riding on Rift Herald fights. So much snowball. If you're going to get turret plates plus the Rift Herald plus the win in the team fight, these teams are so good and these comps are built so straightforward that they can run it through. Let's see about the changes though here.
And we see the Gragas being removed by BLG. Adaptation from Game 1. They stay with the Cassante and the Ahri bans. Lucian, Vi, and Gwen were JDG bans in Game 1. On red side, obviously, you can switch things up a little bit, but right now, there's so many power picks. Maybe this is an Annie ban. Could try and get rid of the Nautilus, the Jinx as well. We've seen be very strong. So JDG taking their time in deciding exactly where they want to put the pressure, and it's in the top lane as Cannon is removed.
And that respect shown towards Bin. What will that first pick be?
Jinx is up.
Annie is
all
up.
I'm saying. Jinx, I mean, Maokai, Annie, Wukong, Jinx, everything.
There's so much that we'd usually count as a tier 1 pick, and Jinx it is, has been winning the battle of the
I
AD
agree
carries.
with this pick. Remember, in game number 1, I
don't.
I was so set on BLG. They had this strategy versus both LCK teams. They only played either Zeri or Jinx. They threw away the Aphelios, and then game 1 here versus JDG, they brought it back.
But JDG get Annie Wukong. This was the combo that created devastation to T1. Kanavi's Wukong. He has like an 80% win rate over 26 games this year. The only good news is that in his 5 losses, 2 of them were to BLG.
Yeah, Knight as well, 75% win rate on his Annie out of 8 games. So very, very powerful first rotation here for JDG.
Ooh, so my question is going to be, because one thing that we have seen as a very good counter engage had been Braum, but it's so early in the draft, and Rakan and Lulu are both up here, so they have to go for that.
It is interesting to see BLG prioritize the Rakan over the Lulu. Obviously, it does give you good engage, gives you good disengage as well, but you don't have as many steroids for your AD carry as something like a Lulu would give you. However, if JDG try and burst the Lulu, it's a little bit easier to catch her out than it is to catch out a Rakan.
Rakan definitely one of the slipperiest supports in the game.
Wow, they blinded the Gwen.
I mean, as 369, yeah, Ben is throwing it down. He's like, fine, you know, what are you gonna counter me with?
I feel like 369 will have something, Kobe.
Sion's still an option, something we've seen play very well over the last few days here at MSI, but JDG will likely want to go for their AD carry here to make sure that pool isn't pinched too much, and Zeri, the probable option for them.
Oh.
Instead. Okay.
The hover. Okay, so what JDG is saying is that, well, you know what? We actually have AD carry options, because what you want to do right now is ban away top laners.
Yeah.
You want to ban away things like the Jax, you want to ban away things that do well into my Gwen, so you're actually going to leave all my AD carries up. I'm going to get Aphelios, or I'm going to get Zeri. Both should be fine.
Or we're going to get the Jax in the top lane, depending on how the bans go out.
I think BLG should ban bottom lane. Bottom lane is the way you win the game here.
What do you think? Zeri, Aphelios probably is the bans if you're trying to pinch that pool a little bit. JDG looking towards the jungle as they'll remove the Kha'Zix. Of course, Shun, very famous for his Kindred and his Nidalee. Nidalee didn't work out too well for them the last time they played it against JDG, but you don't always have to go to the meta if you're BLG. They brought out some different things, and there we are. Bot lane bans for BLG. They'll take away the Aphelios.
Yeah, I just think it's too much of a waste to try and ban top lane versus 369 when he's so good to just play team fights and, like, you know, give up side there. He creates so much space in them, even when he's on a losing matchup. Put him on a tank, create that structure. And JDG, as you mentioned, Vedius, the reason this Annie plus Wukong is so highly prized, the snap engage. Yeah. It's just instant.
Kanavi and Knight are just so proficient at the combo as well. Let's see how it's rounded out. I imagine the Zeri, yeah, there it is. So BLG are attacking that bot lane. How will JDG pivot now? Because really the only hub... No!
No, Benny, no.
I mean, the crowd's getting excited, Benny. We've got to pander to the crowd. Is it Ruler's Vein? Is this what we're going to get?
No, it's going to be like a Zaya or something, Benny. You got way too excited.
I got to pander to the crowd, Benny. You know, it will be the Zaya. Of course, Ruler, he does have a skin. The Xayah Lulu is not a bot lane combo that you're used to seeing. But one of the beauties of playing the Xayah here is that Lulu can actually support the Wukong a little bit more in the team fights, often being responsible for keeping your AD carry alive because of that self-peel that you have on the Xayah. While your scaling isn't quite the same that you have on a Jinx, it still makes a lot of sense when it comes to these team fights.
And it's AoE damage, you know. The Vayne is so many style points. But Xayah Blade Caller. Xayah Blade Caller just synergizes so insanely well with an anti-Wukong engage, and even if you use Lulu Ultimate for the knockup as well.
Maokai logged in for BLG. Shen will take that into the jungle. Jace the likely option here. We talked a little bit about either the Jace or the Tristana alongside the Maokai to make sure you split that damage, and especially with an AP top laner, you need to make sure you have a bit of physical damage on the top side of the map. Sion here for JDG, very likely locked in for 369.
All right, so no real surprises thrown out in game number 2. So the surprises have to come from the in-game play.
I will say that looking at these drafts, I just prefer what I'm seeing from JDG right now. In terms of when we think about how the game is currently played, which is things like bot lane dives, whether it be playing around dragons, playing for heralds, it's just that JDG should spike harder earlier, and like their ability to execute should be easy, especially when you look at BLG. They kind of want to play more towards side lanes, you know, play more of the 1-3-1, but then they drafted this Maokai that also offers this team fight engage. They have a little bit of poke, they also have a bit of frontline. Like, their comp kind of wants to do a lot of different things that I think just makes it harder to execute as a JDG.
I completely agree, and especially since you've got Sion on red side for JDG, we will see, you know, looks for the level 1. And then how do you punish that side lane? You have snap engages. Vedius, guess what? We've got the best snap engage in the game. Annie Flash. We'll see if Knight can get those for JDG.
And we'll see if BLG can get out to an early lead. When they played against T1, it was very much, and even against Gen G, very much around playing around bot side. We saw it a little bit from Shun in game 1, but they weren't able to shut down Ruler, and Knight was able to gain advantages on the other side of the map. For JDG, it is match point if they win this, one game away from hoisting the MSI trophy for the first time in any of the players' history, in the organization's history, and what a performance it would be for them. Over the last few years, they have leveled up as an organization. The introduction of Knight, the introduction of 369, and now the introduction of Ruler as well, putting them in a position to challenge the best in the world.
All right, so we just have the line of scrimmage watching entrances here. No level 1 shenanigans, although there are sweepers on both supports.
Nothing too crazy happening in the start. The cheers from the fans coming out. WE sign coming out from On. Of course, Elk and Missing, former teammates on that said WE. Inspirational story coming out from Missing, encouraging Elk to continue with his pro career. Many a credit Missing for the reason why Elk is here today, the fact that he's persevered.
And we see JDG starting to set up for this level 1 strat that has been rife throughout the tournament. Yagao and On will be able to spot it. On, of course, very safe on the Rakan, can start to step away, can jump away. How will BLG counter this?
Well, Knight just got some first strike money off Yagao while the rest of the team goes for that Sion level 1 invade. On an Elk poking around on bottom side. This has been the agreed upon answer now, is that your jungler, when you're facing the level 1 Sion invade, starts on Wolves, gets his level 2 off of Wolves, and we'll see if Shun heads down here to try and support once he gets level 2 on Maokai.
So the problem that BLG have is look at Ruler, already gone to bot lane. He's gonna get an advantage.
It's just gonna be a smite fight.
Shun has the smite ready.
1,400 3v3 around this red buff. On stepping in to try and get vision. Decimating Smash dodge with a twisted advance, but I think it was Kanavi who got it. In fact, it was 369 who steals away the red, and then first blood to Kanavi.
Well, we got the Sion level 1 death, but it wasn't even a tower dive, and the red buff in the end is traded over because Elk takes down 369 after he stole it. So now you've got a Jinx coming to lane for the minion wave with the red buff.
So there is good news for both sides. The good news for BLG is that Elk secured first well, not first blood, but he's the one that's got himself the kill. So whatever he ended up losing in the bot lane, he's going to make up for in terms of gold. He will be behind in experience. You can see that Ruler getting very close to level 3 already, and he's going to take advantage of that as much as possible, denying the level 2. The good news for JDG is that they made Shun's pathing very awkward. They delayed his pathing pretty significantly, and Kanavi, who has soloed many an 80 carry on this champion, is very far ahead.
This is still only level 1 here. Elk can look for the red buff slow. Shun can go in, ghost away from Ruler, flash forward, not in range for the twisted advance, but now missing. He's alcove gaming, but he doesn't want to be. The twisted advance for the lockup, the knockback, and that is another kill over to BLG. Elk stampeding over them as now Kanavi tries to join the fray. Shun trying to get away, but he's only level 2, and Ruler will take him out. Kanavi chasing on, but in the end, it's a 1-for-1 in the bottom lane.
Oh, it's a bot lane party, all right. And JDG have the experience advantage in 2 areas, jungle and AD carry. Early on in the games, levels mean so much more than gold, and they're able to leverage it. They kite him through the alcove. You think at first, missing, what are you doing? You're dead, just don't flash, resign yourself to death. But a little bit of time bot even just allows Kanavi to get down there for the counter kill for JDG, and the Ruler again gets to push in.
Exactly that, Kobe. The play here is good from BLG. They're trying to punish the awkward wave state for Ruler, who's trying to get this underneath the tower. He does pop the ghost. The flash means that he can't quite get in range, so they say, you know what, let's focus the level 1 support instead. Forces the flash out, forces the W from Jun on him as well, which means a lot of cooldowns invested onto the support. The root comes through from Ruler. He's not hesitating to get into the thick of things. And remember, Shun only level 2 means that the moment that Kanavi arrives, he's either forcing them back or he's getting a kill. And at the end of the day, it works out in favor of JDG.
Yep, good wards there from JDG in the side lane brush and behind the alcove as well to ensure that they don't lose any DPS in the fight. Bin, meanwhile, in his Gwen matchup on top side, again, this is the sacrifice that BLG made to go to have him on his Gwen in a very, very favorable matchup.
And for Bin, a very favorable champion as well. 12-2 internationally on the Gwen. 3 games at last year's MSI finals that took him to the championship alongside RNG. And here he's getting the push onto 369 again.
I love that he does stay to his style, but we have seen 369 be so incredibly good. Even if he's going to level 1 sacrifice his top lane to be on the bottom side of the map with the rest of the team, he still performs so well in these team fights. And often it's because he doesn't actually tank the damage, even though he is a tank. He uses the threat of his CC to zone off the damage dealers of the enemy team, so he doesn't actually have to soak it at all and just creates so much space.
We've also, though, seen Bin 1v9 on this champion. We saw it throughout this tournament, and I'm excited to see if he can do it again. The responsibility will fall on his shoulders, where the side lanes should be very important for BLG, but right now we see a lot of the gold invested into Elk. Part of it not through his own volition, just circumstances.
I'm pretty sure he'll be happy with it, though.
Yeah, he's not too upset about that. Does have a bit of a gold bounty, but I'm taking a quick look at the gold. He does have a 200 gold, well, about 150 gold lead over Ruler right now, and even if he is behind in XP. So overall, things dead even in this early game. First dragon on the board available. Let's see if JDG will get out, secure this one for free. I'm expecting that BLG will try to contest.
They do like fighting over objectives, don't they, Very? BLG stepping forward. Tibber's used in the mid lane. We see this quite commonly with the Annie mid. You just get so much pressure, and it's so hard for Yagao to work his way through that health pass. Shun coming down from the top side of this, looking for the dragon. But in the end, BLG don't take the fight. Instead, just let Elk push in that bot lane wave.
Surprised that Shun actually tried to enter the river from the top side, because that is where Yagao got chunked out. Really nice trade from Knight, but unlikely to secure a kill. It does mean that he can't really get in range of the dragon, given that Knight actually had that pressure in the mid lane, meaning he could rotate faster, and then JDG are able to secure it uncontested. Elk is able to get a pretty safe push into the bot side of the map. Ruler and Missing had to go the long way around, but overall, another advantage gain for JDG.
Yeah, JDG really nicely timed there. They had the bottom wave sub, so it took Elk a long time to be able to push it back out. They didn't drop any minions while they're helping with that dragon. They get back for it, and meanwhile, Knight is just Annie gaming in mid lane, dropping Tibbers on him, full combo, first strike. Thank you very much. Half your health bar is gone. You can't help your team.
And one of the things for JDG is they've triaged the bottom lane. You know, Elk getting 2 kills, you want to make sure he's not going to keep snowballing away. But there's quite a bit of bleeding in the top lane. Bin is so far ahead, 800 gold in the lead, now has 2 plates. And I wonder if Kanavi will start to put a little bit more attention up here just to try and shut down Bin from snowballing too far away.
I mean, it's a question of how concerned they will be with him in the team fights. I think that Gwen is a champion that really thrives in environments where there's a lot of range, specifically because she can pop down the mist, and then she can kind of have that isolated 1v1. There's a bit of trading happens in the bot lane. But you got to remember, JDG's come off pretty short range overall. Any Wukong, they kind of want to be in your face when dropping that combo. Perhaps against the feathers, champions like Gwen can be very effective. But yeah, it depends about how much of a concern they actually find this Gwen as a get later into.
And I would say, with Flash available and Wukong just getting level 6 now, his eyes get real big looking towards this mid lane here with the Annie stun, with the Tibbers coming back off cooldown, with bottom lane also pushing in. There's a lot of options over there.
Remember that there is no cleanse anywhere on the side of BLG. A stun from Knight means that it is a quick, well,
follow-up.
Follow-up is the word, yeah, from Kanavi. Another plate should be secured there. Oh, actually just went over to missing.
Support's favorite moment right there.
So you got to,
I ordered it, it's mine. I deserve the 175 extra gold. Knight knocked away. The tip is coming down as Kanavi can jump across the wall. Has that Cyclone, holds it. The Gao still had the flash, and so they didn't want to go any further. And obviously, Kanavi can keep that Cyclone for what could be a Rift Herald fight now. Jun secures it. As you say, good ultimate from him to make sure that Kanavi couldn't get any closer. Kanavi does still have the flash, but in the end, the BLG jungler will just walk away.
I was just about to comment on how JDG should look to do the same thing that they did for Drake, right? Just drop the Annie combo initially, guarantee that mid-prio, force your Gao back, and then make your way into the river. But Shun, ahead of the play, was able to secure the Herald, even used his ultimate to secure the objective. And BLG, at the very least, lost early Dragon, but will exchange it for the Herald.
Yeah, because Bin had so much control on top side with his Gwen matchup, with the way that JDG sacrificed Sion level 1 as well. Off of top lane, Shun, he got the Scuttle Crab for his escape as well, and he was able to get something back here for BLG. So the hope for BLG, they do have the gold lead now. They do have the Rift Herald in hand. And they have been scaling away on the top side of the map. We will see 1 minute, 40 seconds towards the next dragon.
Both the junglers on the bottom side of the map as well. Perhaps we'll see this Herald invested into Elk. He has 2 kills to the good, has a bounty on his head as well as he forces Ruler away. Navi coming down here as On and Missing start to trade. Level 6 still about half a level of experience away for both the supports, so not the most powerful engage you can find from the Rakan, and not the most powerful disengage you can find from Missing. On now, goes for the control ward. Shun steps forward, seen by the ward, and immediately Missing and Ruler back away.
So a very slow early game. I'm kind of surprised, gentlemen.
Yep.
The last time we saw JDG and BLG fight at MSI, it was a bloodbath. It was non-stop action, specifically around these neutral objectives, but both taking their time. Obviously a lot of weight on their shoulders here at the grand final. An LPL team will be a victor. 5 of the 8 MSI champions will rest with the LPL. The question is, which team will it be? Right now, JDG looking like the heavy favorites, but they do find themselves at a bit of a deficit here in the other game of Game 2.
It's kind of beautiful, the tender care and love that these junglers are showing to their bottom lanes. Coming through, sweeping out the wards, hovering here for recalls, hovering for waves being shoved in.
That's a lovely way of expressing it, rather than these babies need to be taken care of.
I think that junglers are misunderstood, okay?
Oh, really?
We are really tender,
passionate kind,
loving, caring individuals. Truly with the best intentions in our hearts at all
I've played
times.
with enough Nunus to know that's not always true. But we do see Jun pathing up towards the top side. I wondered if he'd use the Rift Herald up there. He does still have about a third of the timer on it, so he could decide just to invest it all into Bin, who has already completed his Riftmaker, but I'm sure Bin will be happy keeping that lane going for as long as possible. Makes it a bit easier for him, and he's less susceptible to a gank as On starts to flank. Hits the level 6 off the minion. Kanavi coming up here, and now Bin, he started proxying, and he's going to find himself in the face of 3. Bin puts the needlework down, trying to trade in. Kanavi going back in with a Cyclone, chases him down. The knock-up with a decimating smash with the healing from the needlework as Bin almost snips through Kanavi.
Close, but he can't cut him down. The idea for the whole thing is to get this dragon, though. So Bin is proxying, as you're saying, on the spawn of the dragon, so that in worst case scenario, his team is still able to have numbers down here and hopefully get the dragon. They actually don't have any DPS there. Just a Maokai trying to work away on an Ocean Drake. They might want to call over at least On or something to make sure that they can finish it off. But in the best case scenario, they get the dragon and Bin gets a counter kill there. So that reasoning, I think, is still quite decent from BLG. It does end up not going in their favor, though, and you just lost out quite a lot because Sion is able to take a turret play with the Demolish as well.
Kanavi was spotted on vision around his Razor Beaks. He's now recalling, but that gives BLG the opportunity to put this Rift Herald down and invest the gold into Elk. It's only 88, so not as sizable a sum as perhaps he would have liked, but still keeps him basically even with the Ruler in that bottom lane.
That it does. Plates going across the board, but a bit of action at the very least. Bin once again showcasing his prowess on the champion. He should be able to secure a plate for himself here in the top lane, which should once again equalize the gold as we've been seeing. Herald spawns in about a minute and a half. I expect this to be the next neutral that we see contested. The Jinx. Oh, I thought that Elk would try and get base there, but it's a little early. Ruler should push in this wave, look for a recall, or maybe he wants a plate for himself. All right, so right now, typically you'd expect to see these bot laners look for an early recall, at the very least so support, so they can already start moving towards the top side, start clearing out that vision. When we do highlight the minimap, you'll notice that right now the vision is mainly in control of BLG with these deep pink cords. This means that gaining access to the river, especially with the push that they have in mid, is that much easier. And again, you expect this to be the next neutral objective that both these teams fight for.
For the moment, both the teams just happy to farm up towards those first mythics. We see Riftmaker on Bin, Shun goes Demonic, something we have been seeing a little bit more from the Maokais recently. There was a brief window where it was Radiant Virtue first, you just went full tank, and Yagao is building his way up to that Eclipse.
And I'm actually still a way bigger fan of the full tank Maokai with the nerfs that came through to the damage of the AP build. Plus, you already have Bin, your AP threat, on your team. So we'll see if it pays off, though. The saplings will be even more annoying. Knight now 3 members coming
Where
from
are you
behind.
going to go, Knight? Stopwatch first, does still have the flash. The knock-up, he flashes it, but Shun chases him with the twisted advance, and even Tibbers can't help Knight survive. Yagao takes him, and BLG secure the kill in the bottom lane.
Beautiful move from BLG to take advantage of that opening in the rotation. They get 3 members down behind the turret. Nothing Knight can do. Maokai ultimate comes through. They do leave a power deficit in mid lane, allowing JDG to push in on this turret, but Elk is able to quickly clear out that wave.
Also a power deficit around the Herald, because that's why JDG moved their bot lane to mid lane, was to try and protect this. BLG accept that they're not going to be able to get the second Herald of the game. They were happy enough with the first, but they should be able to secure the first turret of this matchup.
And it might be overlooked, but blowing the stopwatch is really big for these critical mid-game team fights as well for the Annies. So another small little advantage for BLG, although you rightly point out, it is going to be that consolation prize top side. Second Rift Herald, incredibly decreased value, but still very good at knocking down the remnants of these turrets. As you can see on screen, thank you very much, observers. That one would get one shot.
Props to JDG, though, having a much better early game than last game.
BLG.
BLG, yeah, of course.
As they look to the engage, Mishling has to put the wild growth on himself. 369 running in as well, and Shun already falls. Bet he wishes he was tankier now, as BLG have to disengage. It looked like they just thought they could catch Missing, but didn't have the damage to work through him.
A bit of an over-eager play there from Shun. I felt like that he went in a little too early, but he saw his opportunity, and the rest of BLG really couldn't follow up. It means that he does end up losing his life. Of course, in the grand scheme of things, not going to result in a huge amount for JDG, other than a kill. But yeah, a bit of a blunder there. Of course, Shun losing his flash could prove vital as we get closer to the next round.
Yeah, got to be careful about handing over kills to this team that has such an explosive wombo combo available to them with all of the AoE that they do have. Meanwhile, as you said, Medic, yeah, a lot squishier there on the Maokai. You have to play more careful.
Can't just go in like that, and of course, we talked about squishiness. Well, Elk is pretty squishy, Yagao is pretty squishy. If Kanavi can get onto them, he already has 1.5 items complete. When that Black Cleaver is there, we have seen our fair share of Wukongs just 1v1 the enemy AD carry in fights, and it can become very tricky for Elk, but Yagao starts to assert a little bit of dominance there as he forces Kanavi away from his Grom.
Nice trade from Yagao. We'll push in this bot wave, sets them up nicely for this. Can't interrupt the base there.
Rakan had his passive shield.
That he did. But they right now are in a pretty good position. Bin drawing a lot of pressure top side. They have the wave pushed in bot. They don't have control over mid just yet as Ruler makes his way to the top lane.
369 going to charge in. Bin trying to get away from this one. No ghost on him. Dashes away from the decimating smash and he turns it back onto Ruler. But Ruler still has the ult. Doesn't even need it. In the end, 369 will get paid.
Riller's actually stopping on Krugs. I thought he would run down to the Dragon because it's the same play from BLG. They have been split push super deep when the Dragon spawns so that they can take it up, but they're not even going to rush down to the Dragon. They're just going to give it over to BLG. It's fine. We'll take another kill on Bin in exchange for your Dragon because they can also shove the top side of the map. 369 now on the side. Keeps getting so much every time Bin sacrifices himself, and we have an ult.
Onto Missing. Flash heal still available for the Lulu, and in the end, it's all for naught in the mid lane, as Missing's just able to walk out of vision. Kanavi stealing away the blue buff. Ruler and Missing just protecting their jungler by stepping a little bit further forward. On an Elk now starting to collapse, and no Flash, but does have the ultimate. They're trying to defend this top tier 1, and in the end, Kanavi and 369 will just retreat to the safety of their own jungle.
Ultimately, BLG are playing around their side lanes very well. They are down in kills, of course, but in terms of pressure,
on with a good knock up there. Can dash to Shun as well.
The thing is, okay, we're going to have a big confrontation in mid as Yagao finds Knight.
Wins. Yagao used to win when they were playing in the PC bunk together, and he already takes half of Knight's health, and Knight really can't do much. The super mega death rocket comes out from Elk, and BLG continue to find picks.
All right, it's about how much can they get. BLG already had the split push advantage. You see Yagao immediately after the kill onto Annie. He goes bottom side. They push that one in. Everybody else pressuring around mid. But the defense is here for JDG.
I mean, again, BLG's side laners are just continuing to get stronger while Elk himself receives a lot of the kills and gold. The Herald about to wear off. Will end up dropping in mid lane. I really don't think JDG is going to get much value off of this.
BLG will get some as they can just take it as it tries to walk forward. JDG will escort it, but it's so far back right now. They clear the way pretty quickly.
Escort mission!
Gets the knock-up as well. It's down to 5,000. You can see Yagao trying to join up with his team. But the red tail will fall before it even gets a charge off. You said the second one wasn't as valuable as the first. I think we see why there, Kobe.
Yeah, escort mission failed.
They're the worst in this game, especially when your running speed is just quicker than their walking speed, but your walking speed is slower than their speed, as we see Elk trying to look for Ruler! You can jump over a rocket, it seems. I've seen that happen in Valorant before.
Ruler's running speed was pretty high there. He had to run away from the damage from Elk. The chip damage is good, though. Unfortunately for BLG, they don't have a wave to play on, but this is the objective that they want to secure. We've seen them a few times now push in those sides, try to collapse in mid, but Ruler's done a great job of just continuously thinning out this wave. Could this be the window, though, that BLG have been looking for to finally unlock the map?
And they send Bin to go down, find 369 for a 1v1 in the river. He gets 369's flash.
369 forced away, uses the ultimate as well, but will escape. The risk for BLG is whenever you step up, flash tippers. Flash tippers can happen over and over. It looks like Knight actually flashed. Maybe that was slightly off screen. I didn't quite catch it.
I think BLG doing such a good job of containing JDG here by pushing out sideways and then going to collapse on them. Bin is now the one getting advantages out of 369. No ult, no flash. Then they could just collapse on mid and get the objective for themselves without any bloodshed.
The risk always is the Nature's Grasp from the Maokai from one side, the Rakan from the other side, and you're just locked in a pincer maneuver from BLG. And we'll get the mid lane tier 1. They are now 1,000 gold in the lead as we crest the 21-minute mark.
All right, every time we see this, where one team with a big range advantage is facing another team that has to get those engages off. You're always looking at the flank wards, always looking at that 1 second that could be the difference of JDG closing the gap, getting to the Jinx, getting to the Jace there for Knight. But BLG so far, those carries have kept them at range. They've stayed safe. They've pushed JDG in.
BLG have done the correct thing here. They've pushed out their sideways. I was expecting he had a Gao to go back to base, but right now he's hovering around top. We're going to get a look back at what happened to 369. He will run into Bin, as you highlighted during the action. He flashes away.
On blocks
uses the ultimate, and then, yeah, there's the block from On, but he was just like, well, hello, and then they just pass on each other, continue with their day.
Yeah, I was like, you're not even getting within a screen of Elk. Stop here, do not pass go.
And that's exactly what you have to do. It's what worked so well for JDG in game 1, was their ability just to act as a bodyguard. On's going to try and stop the recall here, but the shield from Missing means that Kanavi will be able to get back to base.
And look at this priority on range. Even more than just sitting on the Zeal, he actually fully upgraded this time to the rapid fire, even before Infinity Edge. So Elk investing so heavily in the range.
And when Elk is in this position, we have seen him pop off. That's the reason, really, that they were able to take down Genji, that they were able to take down T1, was the power of Elk in later game team fights and the power of his team playing around him, obviously, in those later game fights. In game 1, it never materialized. Perhaps in game 2, it will for BLG.
And he has no cleanse. There's no Mikhails yet for him, so he knows he really has to play far back. Can't let Knight get on top.
Position is very good right now for BLG in terms of their Dragon control. JDG trying to hold on to this mid wave though. They're not going to start on the objective. BLG just continue to chip away at the HP bars of JDG.
Good poke.
Australia's used. Look at Bin in the bot lane as well, forcing 369 underneath his tower. The poke continues from
Getting the
down.
minion wave.
Oh, JDG just looked for the engage.
BLG are doing such a good job. They're not giving them room to commit. They're poking them down, denying the mid minion wave, and allowing the split push plus Dragon to go on all at the same time here. Really, really big stuff.
Yeah, very patient play overall for BLG. Uncontested Dragon. They now find themselves at Soul Point. And aside from the first one, it's just been, as you highlighted, just a great utilization of their side lanes. We always saw Bin heavily committing to the trades, and this was an example of where Bin doesn't lose his life, but it's the same principle, right? Just constant pressure. 369, that front line for JDG can't really get involved in the fight, and the rest of the BLG members concerned about this potential collapse just use their range to keep JDG arm's length. The rapid fire cannon, the Jace poke, all these things from BLG just making it awkward for JDG to approach the objective.
Yeah, BLG this time around, really good job utilizing the tools that they have drafted for themselves. The idea there, JDG's only option is to try and hard shove mid. You see them jumping towards that minion wave while trying to avoid poke, but BLG, they never overcommitted. They still caught the red minion wave, and they got their objective. That is 3 dragons here, so 4 minutes on the clock, gentlemen.
Infernal Soul up for BLG in 4 minutes time, as you say, Kobe, but I do want to draw attention to the fact that it's still only 1.5k between these teams. We still have Ruler at 2.5 items. We still have Knight at 2 items. And although BLG have played very well against that threat, it ever looms in the distance that a Wukong Annie engage will just shred through BLG.
Great point, then.
Thanks. I was on the AD early in the tournament.
Ooh, now we have a mismatch here. JDG going for the team fight while Bin is split pushing. There's only one more minion wave for Bin to deal with on bottom side.
And with JD it out though. Yeah, he'll stop the night flank from happening.
It's actually something that BLG did really well in their T1 series as well. There were a couple of times where Owner on Wukong would try and have a really long flank around the blue buff, around Baron fights. As we see Bin getting caught out towards this top lane.
He's just drawing pressure, right?
He's caught out because he wants to be caught out. They're not locked in there with him. He's locked in there with them as he gets the knock-up and gets away from Kanavi. The Neodor work, no blast cone, but the healing from the Riftmaker not enough. BLG will start up the Baron, and now JDG have to call for a fight. Knight, no TP yet, about to come off cooldown. Unstoppable Onslaught goes wide from 369. The Baron down to 1,000 HP, insecure by BLG. On trying to act as a bodyguard. 369 trying to get onto the back line. Knight coming in from the side as well. That flank could be deadly, but BLG disengage. And JDG continue to step forward, continue to look for more. Ruler pulls the feathers back, but he just can't find his mark. Twisted advance in from Shun. Ruler wild growth, and Shun will fall. Knight flashing forward, trying to kill off. Yagao going in fact, as the stopwatch comes out underneath the tower. Yagao trying to do everything he can. But in the end, JDG are just too damn strong.
They will take from them everything except for on here. Only one Baron buff lives. It's the same strat we've seen all game long. BLG, they try and sacrifice Bin, split pushing. They say, take your chances in your 2v1. Go for it. And he got the solo turret. They did get the Baron, but the chase down kills there for JDG. We'll see if that makes the difference. On the next fight, on that Dragon Soul, critically, Knight did not flash here. He saved his flash for this. Kanavi saved his flash for the Soul fight as well. We'll see if they can actually make it happen. Ruler, though, used everything. We'll be a little bit more vulnerable on the Xayah. Everything's going to come down to the next explosive team fight.
I'm pretty sure Kanavi is still deathless at MSI, by the way, on this Wukong. And I think the problem for Bin is that he just takes too much damage too quickly. The amount of time that he actually buys isn't great because they're even moving in the direction of the Baron. You look at the rate at which it's dying too. This isn't a super fast Baron. The Scion goes in, and while they don't secure it, BLG think that they can move back to the safety of their tier 1 turrets, but in the face of 369, that is not a turret, okay? That is just a light tickle on a Sunday, or a breeze, I don't know, whatever it is, it doesn't matter to him, right? And so he's the one that initially tanks that engage. It's Jun that kind of gets zoned off and killed by Ruler, and then the dive comes through. Good CC comes out from Knight, he buys a lot of time. Elk can't get the peel that he needs. And while Ruler does die to the tower, Bin is now in danger.
Ruler, no flash, does have the Featherstorm, will use it early. Those needleworks doing a lot of work from Bin, and that's the AD carries ultimate out, and BLG call for the engage. Stepping forward, Knight locked up. He does still have the flash to get away. He can get to the blast cone as well. The twisted advance will lock him down, and Knight, once again, the Zonya's buying him a second, but is it enough? It's not. Shut down by Yagao. And now BLG with a member advantage can push in 2 lanes.
Knight is holding on to that flash with dear life. He knows how important it is, and he will even give his life for it. But this should be the soul for BLG.
BLG, are they going to follow Bounce's law to victory here? This is the scariest 0-3 Gwen I have seen in a long time. 3 items up there. You can't 2v1 him even anymore. And BLG, the rest of the team, takes advantage. The teleport comes in, though. Knight is on 15 seconds.
369 going in, On's going to dash forward, dash out, Cyclone knocked up, knocked back, and Kanabi doesn't find the engage that he was looking for, and now Yagao can really open up. Kanabi going back in with the Cyclone, but Bin just keeping the rest of JDG distracted because the Infernal Soul has been secured, and look at what it does! BLG wipe away JDG!
They're going to come for more than that. 369 is slowed.
Flash stun, knockup coming out. Elk will fall, but now the chase is really on for BLG as Knight tries to escape. 369 goes down into the zombie mode, and Knight has nowhere to go. BLG may have lost their Elk, but they find the win in the fight.
Bin shouting, you got to send 2 for me, you got to send 3 for me. Doesn't matter. My team, my objectives, they will win.
BLG playing with confidence in game 2. They have bounced back with a vengeance. They will take their first inhibitor of the game. And with the soul, with this split pushing approach, JDG have found no answers.
And Yagao on this Jace cleaning up so much damage. Here's another look at it. So they're rushing in. They know they don't have the Annie, and so BLG just turn on them. Big chunk there onto Kanavi. Bin moves in, pops his W, hits his ultimates here. All of his ultimates on Ruler. Ruler just got needlework to death.
He used his ultimate in the top lane when they were trying to catch out Bin.
That's just ultimate 3 times from Bin. Lights out for the AD carry.
The flash finally comes through from Knight. It results in the execution of Elk, but it does not matter. BLG, they know they've won the fight. They take down 369. They get revenge for their AD carry, and the elation from the BLG coaching staff. Why wouldn't they be excited? You talked about it in game 1, Kobe. Every time these 2 teams have met, JDG have just gotten more efficient at taking down BLG. 3-2, 3-1, 3-0 was their most recent performance at MSI. But BLG have evolved as a team, and Bin believes in the 3-2. Here in game 2, BLG are looking to equalize the score.
Jun's looking for a final engage. The TP coming in as well. Look at the damage onto Ruler already. He tries to get away, but the charm will lock him up. The twist in advance chases him. There is no escape from BLG. They'll find another. Kanavi tries to get onto the back line, but he just does not have the damage. BLG find 5. 4, in fact, as Missing survives, but he'll go down as well. A 5-for-1 exchange for BLG.
BLG strike back, and they're going to go straight to the Nexus with that one.
3-2, 3-1, 3-0 for JDG, but in Bin's eyes, it's a 3-2 victory, and they've taken the first step towards glory.
JDG gave BLG the Jinx and the Gwen. They made them pay. Really, really big stuff here. Bouncing back. BLG, they have defied expectations all tournament long.
Had to get one, didn't you?
Get a bonus.
But that they have. BLG with a composition that I wasn't entirely sold on after seeing it, but their execution was truly flawless. Multiple times you were highlighting it, Kobe, how Bin, it looked like that he was into, right? But that wasn't the play. He was drawing pressure. He was deliberately proxying waves. He was going for all ins, and he was saying, listen, either you let me kill 369, or you come and stop me. Because one of these two things is happening, and the second that they tried to stop him, that was when the Dragon was secured. And every single time, BLG, they wouldn't go for the fights that they knew that they couldn't win outside of that one Baron one, where it really kind of looked like it was falling apart a little bit, but then the scaling was far too strong from the sideliners for BLG.
Yeah, great stuff from BLG all around, and we have a series on our hand. I get paid for that one as well. We're going to hand it over to the analyst desk.
Do you now? I know you're happy. Also, your voice, I mean, you needed it a lot in those last 2 games, but it took a lot longer for Medic to have to scream in that one, and I think that is a big sign of an adaptation coming out of BLG. They were not so crazy in going for those early game dives continuously of those skirmishes. In fact, it was much more cool, calm, and collected from them.
Yeah, I was really impressed to see how BLG were playing this one out. I was a little bit nervous when I saw the draft coming through initially because I thought, look, JDG have got so much of what they want, especially when you look at that mid-jungle, but the way that BLG were able to operate through, well, the Jace, Yagao, looking so much better on this Jace. If you think back to play-ins, I mean, he ran it. He was really bad at play-ins, but this time around, the Jace looked fantastic.
I want to highlight as well, I actually think that what BLG did was get a draft where if they get ahead, if they get a lead, and particularly because the Annie was set so far behind, Ruler doesn't get to play the game, right? Like, if you're getting this severely outranged, it becomes really hard for him to really have a big impact.
I was very nervous, though, when I saw the Jinx first pick, because I think not taking the Annie was a massive mistake. You do open up for this Annie Wukong, which Kanavi has been phenomenal on it. And also, as well, it then forces you to take the Rakan in the next pick. You don't want to have a Rakan playing into this Jinx, but then opens up perfectly for the Lulu. So the first 3 picks from JDG worked out fantastically for them, but I think they were caught off guard by the fact that Yaga was willing to bring out this Jace Maokai combo again and actually try and play through it.
Absolutely, and it is on getting his Rakan, right? This is his career best champion. He has an over 70% win rate on it. It's his most played champion all time. So, you know, this is ultimate comfort for him on the other side.
It is, and there was a lot in terms of comfort. We looked at the top lane as being a win condition, possibly, and it was interesting how they used it this time. Bin said, I'm going to die for you. That's how much I love you.
I mean, maybe he could have died a couple of times.
Maybe.
But we can watch it. I mean, Bin just was such a pressure point for this team. You know, this has not been a tournament about playing side lanes at all. Generally, all people are doing in top lane is they push and they move, right? They're not actually looking to threaten towers. They're not actually looking to threaten 1v1 kills. Bin was posturing so aggressively that he was demanding a response. And yes, he's dying here. Yes, this can look a little bit silly, but every single time he was dying, it was with an objective up. It was with counterplay available on the other side of the map, and that is the key thing.
What is also really big is the fact that on the Rakan is able to engage from such a great range. Like normally, okay, you send 2 people over, but if you can make sure that you don't get engaged on when you're down a member, you can maybe still contest for an objective. But every single time we see this, everyone on BLG is playing very far forward immediately, looking for an engage or being ready to take the objective.
And it shuts down that everything JDG want to do. When you look at this team, it's like, hey, can we get Kanavi in a flank position? Can we get Knight on this Annie in a flank position to actually get access to these long-range targets? Because you have to deal with Bin, you're never there at the right place, the right time. And then you're allowed to use this range. You're allowed to get these like early dragons that you never should have been able to get with the position JDG were in.
And this is why I just don't think Bin should ever be allowed to have Kennen or Gwen. To me, those are the 2 carry tops that really work best in this meta, because it's not just purely about side lane. They can show up to the 5v5 and have massive effect. If you allow him to play a Jax, sure, he can threaten in the side lane, but if he ever has to show up for a 5v5, he's massively less effective than he is on the Gwen or the Kennen.
As you saw there as well, like even though they only got the Baron buff on, just denying it from JDG is really big, because if JDG doesn't get to actually play their front-to-back team fights, or at the very least look for flanks, look for 5v5s, due to the position of the sides, they're never going to be able to contest.
Yeah, it was interesting though, because you're like, okay, but if everyone on BLG dies, they still denied it from JDG, but it becomes maybe a different ball game. Good deaths from Bin. I think all the top laners that are watching from home are like,
Same
making
thing I'm
space,
doing when
great,
I'm 0-10.
I'm helping you.
He's just like me, for real, for real.
Yeah, totally. You know, we said it was all going to be about the bot lanes, and it definitely was, because that was kind of the side effect of this as well. This was a situation where Ruler was not able to take over the game. And I would say Elk was having a fantastic game, but it was, for me, more about the general game plan of BLG than it was about just relying on this pop-off performance.
Yeah, I definitely think Elk played well, but I think he was a benefactor of kind of the scenario that was happening around him, right? Especially when you look at the ability for Yago to get control of mid, he looks for picks inside, they play out through side lanes, and then collapse onto mid, so Elk can actually use the range with the Jinx and the Jace and he was able to pick up a lot of success there. And I think that's where Ruler really started to fall behind. When you can't find engage for the short-range Xayah, she's just going to get poked. She has to early use her ultimate. I mean, we saw how many times in mid lane was Ruler having to just effectively use his ultimate because there was a zap or a Jinx rocket coming his direction.
Yeah, I mean, it's really, really tough. But I also think, him getting that first kill and the red buff really did help, because Elk was supposed to be behind from the word go with the Sion play.
Definitely was, and every second counts. And thanks to the reliable Cisco network, BLG catch Knight just in time before he reaches the blast cone.
I mean, this was actually so big, and it's like a triple ward dropped on the blast cone, so he actually just can't click on it. You can see Kanavi was there to actually auto the blast cone when Knight arrived, but the triple ward blocks the play, and this was so critical because Knight did not want to spend his flash before the soul play.
And that's the big one, the fact that he was trying to hold on to that. That's why you don't see him flash over the wall, and it means that at this stage when you come into the fight, you're in a much better spot.
Somewhere Uzi's cringing, thinking he doesn't know where it come from with the wards trying to get the blast cone.
And my favorite part of this play, who was drawing both Ruler and 369 to the top lane? It was Bin, right? He was the one who set up the space, and the rest of his team capitalizes so incredibly well. And it's this, what I think, if BLG, and I'm going to echo what Asil said, is able to put Bin in this position and play around him that way, you can get a win. So the Gwen, to me particularly, I'm a little bit more on the fence on the Cannon, but Gwen, you can't do it.
And I think the big one is the fact that we couldn't see Bin get control of really in this top lane matchup because of these tanks before. Now the Gwen is giving him the opportunity to play the carry matchup, still play his style, but now come out on top against 369. And that's a very worrying call if you're JDG.
It is JDG selecting blue side, and I like how in a best of 5 always all the priorities are shifting as we continue. Now when it comes to replicating something like this for BLG, obviously you said it already, maybe the Gwen won't be on the table. I do think it's a good sign that they played this out as they most likely have planned, because that's what it looked like. Because it's not because you have that plan that it's going to go perfectly. You can still make the mistakes in the team fights, etc. But is this something you want to see them replicate in order to get these wins, or do you have faith they can keep going on a different strategy as well?
I mean, I think as closely as they can replicate it, if Bin gets an advantage in the side lane, is drawing multiple members, then the team doesn't have to necessarily play through them. They can play to the other side of the map. They can trade for objectives and try to continually trade up like they did in this game.
We'll see if it happens. And as the teams prepare for Game 3 of the Grand Finals, we're celebrating the upcoming launch of Convergence, a League of Legends story, this Tuesday on May 23rd with a special world premiere music video.
Pressure make diamonds, it's all in the timing. And I got a license to make it rewind it. You live it too lawless, I'm bringing back order. It is my hands on the clock on the wall and I'm gripping it strongly. Cause I am a prophet, guided by conscience. I am the lost, children is wrong, and you cannot stop us. You cannot stop us. Stop it. Don't throw no dirt on me, look. Don't throw no dirt on me, look. Don't throw no dirt on me, no dirt on me, no dirt on me, look. You're so much better these days. I'm building legacy, hey. Don't throw no dirt on me, no dirt on me, no dirt on me. Space and time for life. I will rest rewind to kill your pressure gets heightened when I hit rewinding, but now I'm enlightened. Call me Echo the Psychic. I'm bringing back honor, boss guys. I'm sick of you all, so you do not cross me. You better not cross me. I am a prophet, guided by conscience. I am the lost, children of zone, and you cannot stop us. You cannot stop us. Stop it. Don't throw no dirt on me, look. Don't throw no dirt on me, look. Don't throw no dirt on me, no dirt on me, no dirt on me, look. You're so much better than me. I'm building legacy. Don't throw no dirt on me, no dirt on me, no.
gives you wings.
A team against a king. Seeing against believing. A moment against a moment for the ages. Countless battles, one arena. The realm. The only thing capable of powering the game, the stage, the broadcast, and the worldwide spectacle we know and love. AKA the Cisco Network.
New and existing customers can choose the phone they want, like the incredible iPhone 14 on us.
Not to brag, but I'm on Verizon now. And I got to choose the phone I wanted for free. Not that you're bragging.
Choose the phone you want on us. Verizon.
Bin puts the needle work down, trying to trade in. Kanavi going back in with the Cyclone, chases him down. The knockup with a decimating smash with the healing from the needle work as Bin almost snips through Kanavi. Twisted advance in from Shun. Ruler wild growth, and Shun will fall. Knight flashing forward, trying to kill off. Yagao going in fact, as the stopwatch comes out underneath the tower. Yagao trying to do everything he can, but in the end, JDG are just too damn strong. Just keeping the rest of JDG distracted because the Infernal Soul has been secured. And look at what it does! BLG wipe away JDG. Well, welcome back to Game 3 of the MSI 2023 Grand Finals between BLG and JDG. We saw BLG fight back in Game 2, and we'll see if they can continue that run of form here. JDG now on the blue side again, though, does give them a few extra options in draft.
Yeah, blue side so powerful. BLG using it to get their Jinx as well as the Gwen. Really, really nice draft from them. And you just know all top laners are going to be insufferable now, because that was the dream, is when they split push and they die, and they're like, team, why were you doing anything? Are you doing something? BLG was doing something.
They were.
Because he was split pushing at the right time. That's the missing link.
Yeah. Like, this is gonna be guys, I'm just inspired by Bin. Like, well, yeah, you can't flame me, okay? I mean, it's awesome to see as well, especially when in Game 1 it felt like that he got his signature Jax. It was then shut down as a result of his Gragas. Then they banned the Gragas. The Gwen was left open, and obviously he had a lot of impact on it. A back and forth between 369 and Bin, very much what we wanted to see. Yagao having an impressive bounce back as well against his brother in the mid lane. And I'm excited to see how this series develops. My expectations are that JDG will likely ban away the Gwen, as they did in Game 1. BLG, Cassante, Gragas, very much expected to be their bans. And Lucian is something that we continue to see, so wouldn't be surprised to see that come out once again from JDG.
Once again, I really liked the adaptation that BLG previously made versus the Korean teams, where they were banning the Jinx. And then they were going to force the trade, and they would just go to the Zeri instead. But a lot of evolution here so far in the bans. And again, since you're on blue side for JDG, you are afforded the extra luxury of banning away the Gwen.
Well, there's the Jinx ban that you really like, though. So we'll see where JDG go with their first pick. Annie and Maokai, both of the priority picks that we usually see here.
This is a beautiful adaptation. Oh, hang on, I stand corrected. The immediate Jace lock-in. Clearly in this series, Jace is being given that respect as the first pick. Because remember, the beauty of Annie is that while she is strong, what we've learned from LPL teams is that it's the Annie-Wukong duo that makes it really, really strong. So the question for BLG now is, well, hang on. Do we get ourselves Annie Lulu? Do we get ourselves Annie Maokai? Do we even care about Annie? Maybe we just want the Maokai Lulu? And it looks like that they're saying, we want ourselves the Annie.
Currently we'll lock that in. Alongside that, can look towards AD carry here. Could also go into the jungle, get the Maokai as your second pick. Night all time on the Jace, 80% win rate over 19 games. He's pretty confident on the champ, and instead BLG will go towards support. Lulu going to get locked in for them.
Yeah, and no matter what you're picking on the side there for blue side, this is the goal for BLG with the Jinx ban. Boom, they get both of them. They've got the snap initiation as well as the scaling Lulu to supplement that presumed Zeri pick for them.
Maokai makes a lot of sense here for JDG. I think that they could also look to get themselves the Rakan if they consider it that powerful. The concern you then have is if you do want to pair it up alongside the Xayah.
Yeah.
Oh, hang on, a last-minute pivot here for JDG. They're going to take
Good denial.
the Zeri for themselves. BLG can, of course, still go for the Aphelios.
Then take the Rakan for themselves here for JDG. Get missing that engage. Get that Zeri plus Rakan combination.
But maybe they don't care about the Rakan. Maybe they still just go for the Maokai instead.
Yeah.
Looks like that they do.
It's just so good right now. Medic knows he's a support player.
He's a Rakan one trick.
He's a Rakan
Not
one
anymore.
trick.
Nautilus one trick now. But yeah, Rakan incredibly strong, especially when you have a primary engage to team it up alongside. Does cede a lot of time in the lane, though. You really don't have the pressure to push up into a Lulu because you just get auto attack from range. The Q buffs that happened a few patches ago do help Rakan sustain through it, but the expectation is that BLG should be able to get the push in the bottom lane early on.
So how will BLG round out their draft? Expectations are AD carry hit. Aphelios is something that you would kind of expect, but how confident do they feel in that? Wow, they're going to leave AD carry up? The Kennen locked in for BLG. I mean, we saw this from them last game, right? Where they literally said, you know what? We don't care about AD carry. You can do whatever you want.
And you talked about the power of Annie Wukong. Annie Kennen is similarly powerful when it comes to late game team fights. You have so much lockdown. You have the ability for the Annie to chase up any stuns or even the Kennen to come in after the initial Tibbers engage.
Also, I'd have to correct myself. I did misspeak there because I said that it was BLG that didn't care about the AD carry, but last run they did early prioritize the Jinx. And then it was JDG who actually let the AD carry through and said, you can ban away AD carries, we're fine. We'll go for the Xayah. Admittedly, Ruler, while having a solid performance on the Xayah, we didn't quite see the impact that we normally see from him.
And this Kennen pick is big, especially for Bin. There's a reason it gets banned against him so frequently. 11-1 on the champion this year. Has been able to utilize it so effectively. We're going to see so many of these jungle bans coming through here, though. Shen also getting respect on his Kindred, but they want to cover the bases. Of course, Aphelios has been the go-to to pair with it.
Show us something different, Al. Show us a different hyper carry that we've all forgotten.
Could also go jungle here and then leave a Kog'Maw or a Vayne for last pick. There's the Kha'Zix in the jungle, gives you more burst potential alongside the Annie and the Kennen. JDG could look towards the Sion here, something that 369 has a huge amount of experience on. Not as easy to do the level 1 strat when you're on the blue side, obviously, because you want to be playing towards your bottom lane and it's harder to get into the red side blue jungle, but you can still lock the Sion just for its presence in the laning phase.
Yeah, what you want most when you give up the Kennen pick is somebody to mark the Kennen for those team fights, keep him out. You've got the Sion plus the Rakan now here for JDG. JDG, they have to go into games with a front line, and they get 369.
I wonder if JDG will consider this Sejuani here. I know obviously they're lacking a little bit in terms of AP damage, but if they want a little bit more engage, a little bit more frontline, no, they really want to make sure they get some AP damage out. Lawless again for Kanavi, I don't see anything wrong with it really. Again, like you are lacking a little bit in terms of magic damage. Of course, Zeri does do a little bit of magic damage, and Lawless, yeah, all right. So we'll be what we originally talked about, that Sejuani.
Oh, nice! Elk Vayne with the Lulu.
Let's go!
You wanted to see another hyper carry with the Lulu.
He just locked in Vayne in the MSI finals. Woo! What? Elk has been a player at this MSI that's really come into his own. You know, the next LPL AD carry. But there have been times when he's Gale forced into a Howling Gale, when he's dashed forward into the entire enemy CC. And on something like Vayne, you cannot do that. But let's see if Elk can channel his inner Uzi. Obviously Uzi on BLG last year. Elk, I'm sure, will have had a little bit of time watching him and learning exactly what to do with this Vayne.
Oh, this is so exciting. You got to have your juke boots on when you're playing the Vayne. You have to have your condemned timings on Rakan. Picture perfect to be able to stuff those engages before they start, because BLG, they are not running any frontline, baby. BLG are all gas, no brakes, full damage, full CC. You can only dodge skills. You cannot soak them.
And I mean, wow.
Yep.
Wow, wow, wow. Elk, oh, he is very quickly becoming a name that across the world, coming into this tournament in the old format, you would never have heard of this man. You would not know about this player. But Elk is looking to make a name for himself. Game 3 of the Grand Finals, and we've got a Vayne in the bot lane.
BLG has so much swag, it's insane. The entire arena here erupting.
You want to talk about mojo? This is a mojo pick if I've ever seen one. And it's something that the new format does give you the leeway to do. You have the momentum from beating Gen G, from beating T1. Missing an Elk. WWE to each other. Obviously, we're on the team together and on from the side. Come on.
Don't talk to my AD carry like that.
Jealous of the X.
Oh, wow.
Oh my goodness. Modern day love story before our eyes here in London at MSI.
Yeah, as Medic did say, they were, of course, former teammates back on WE in 2021. But when Elk was contemplating him retiring as a pro, was missing, they gave him that encouragement to continue playing.
Yeah.
And so much credit has been given to missing to encourage Elk's future career. Now here he is on the Vayne. We've talked a lot about it. But like Kobe, I mean, when we look at it compositionally, I think, okay, Vayne into all this front line, like, that's pretty good. But in terms of lane, like, I don't have a lot of experience, but talking like Vayne Zeri is not a matchup that I often see.
And you got to look at the support too, because the Rakan is so much a part of it here. It's going to be really hard to get any engages off. Into a Lulu Vayne, Condemn is ready. Missing might just get spaced the whole laning phase here. We'll see about BLG. It's also a very risky composition if you're talking about looking at it holistically. Whenever you're running all damage, of course, your clicks have to be so precise here for them to actually make use of it, because JDG, they've got the guaranteed front line. 369 Kanavi will move up into you. They have the Shock Blast as well. Knight already, you know, warming up his Jace, performing very well with it, so we'll see about him too.
It's only the third Vayne we've seen in MSI qualifying regions this year. has a 0% win rate, so I'm sure Elk wants to turn that one around. It was buffed on 13.6, a little bit more damage, movement speed on the passive, a bit more damage on the Q as Knight caught out. Yagao could flash stun here. Knight holds the flash himself, and Yagao will just back to the lane. Knight down to half HP though.
So Shun already making his presence known on the Rift. No summoner spells traded, as you highlighted, Medic. But Sejuani doing a full bot side clear into top side. This does mean that the jungle is likely going to be matching around this scuttle, but with no priority in the top lane, and Knight losing a lot of HP. Nice trade from BLG's bot lane, missing chunks to about 25% of his HP.
Yeah, it's pain for the Rakan here in this matchup, but I really want to highlight Shun for that gank on mid. Small ganks like that of chunks of damage mean so much for these mid matchups, where we saw, you know, if the Jace is allowed freedom to punish an Annie, push you under turret constantly, then you don't get those big Annie roams, you get the Annie behind, and it doesn't have the explosive effect you want, and the Jace gets to become this massive poking machine. But if jungle can intervene and take away a lot of these early levels where Jace is trying to have the advantage and harass the Annie down, and take advantage of that range, then it really changes the dynamic.
Yeah, Shun actually skipped his Krugs on his top side of his clear. Now goes down to the bot side Scuttlecrab. Now can look to gank Knight, who doesn't have much mana, but with the wave pushed in, can just back away and then TP back if that wave gets too close to his turret before he can walk back to lane.
And you can see the positioning of Knight. He's always keeping in mind the W, the flash W range from Yagao, because that's what you have to worry about. The Q range, not as scary because the travel time of the stun gives you extra a little bit of time, but he makes sure that he's not going to let Yagao move up through minions towards him to get the instant W1 off there and allow Shun to get in.
Now, Kanavi will have a fairly decent jungle advantage, given that Shun, starting on his Gromp, is actually pathing towards the top side of the map. Meanwhile, Kanavi already getting the re-clear of his Raptors, and with the information that he now has, he's going to drop a deep ward to see if he can track out Shun and see what he's up to. Won't decide to contest that Gromp. Of course, he doesn't really have any information, nor does he have his bot lane available. But he is getting that XP and farm advantage of Shun, perhaps catching 369 unawares.
And ward not quite on the right side of the bush to spot out the river ward there. So although Shun thinks maybe he's out of vision, he is very much spotted by 369. The wave not in a great shape for 369, but he's on Sion. You sacrifice a few minions, you back away, you make sure that you're not caught as he manages to put some damage down into the back of Bin.
Keeping my eyes on this bot river again, you'll see how much vision is invested as Yagao and Knight go for a bit of a trade.
Right. Stepping forward here, Yagao down to half, gets the stun off. The ward there will help Knight. Kanavi can jump across the wall as well. Yagao still holding his flash and doesn't need it to escape. Elk dashing forward here, flash away the heal as well. Elk with a little bit of a misplay as soon as that tumble was down, Missing was able to go in.
That's huge. 2 summoner spells for 0 here. Really big. JDG now opening up possible plays down here. Elk only has the cleanse to rely on. They're going to need some extra wards. They're going to need some extra coverage.
Oh, Bin flashing, slicing Maelstrom. 369 will be able to flash under the turret. In the end, it's just an exchange of summoners in the top lane.
Yeah, but now he's concerned about a potential dive. They know that Yagao is underneath this tower. You can also see Knight moving into the fog of war, topside river, to see if he can spot out Shun. That information should be gained relatively soon. Ward. Okay, they're suspicious of Shun. But Kanavi actually building a pretty good lead. He was able to steal away the Gromp as far as I can tell. On though.
Ruler dashes across the wall, missing, goes in, can dash back to Ruler. Shun can't quite get in range. The Condemned doesn't lock him against the wall, and now Kanavi coming in for a re-engage. The flash forward knocks up Help. The shield, the hero, but the permafrost will lock him in place. Shun flashes, and he will escape as Ruler flashes forward. In the end, a 1-0 in favor of JDG.
They punish the flashless Vayne. He even blew his cleanse as the stun from Sejuani came in, so now he's got nothing left. The Vayne pick, tenuous here.
Yeah, and I think Missing just basically wanted to keep the fight going. You know, sometimes you'll see pros diving in, even if it looks a little bit more dangerous than it should be. It's almost like bait that false sense of security. Oh, we just got a really nice trade. Oh, we have a health advantage here. We might even be able to find a pick. But Missing, leveraging his mobility to dash back to the safety of Ruler, kind of baits Elkin on to then overstay in the lane, and that gives Kanavi a clean avenue of attack where he finds a knock-up onto 2 with his Q.
And it was very close on the wall to almost having the good angle to be able to get the stun with Condemn. But as you said, Missing is able to get a jump through, and then the Condemned just pushes him further away. And that Sejuani with the advantage, Kanavi knows he can flash in on this Vayne. There's nothing left for Elk to dodge. So JDG, they take control in the most important area of the map. Wave pushing back towards them right now too. Ruler is so happy right now.
Of course, Ruler feeling a lot more confident in this matchup. He has about a 400 gold lead. We're going to take a look back at this again, and you'll see here Missing gets the two-man knockup as Ruler is going out. But again, this is to kind of bait them in to stay into this fight a little bit longer. Then they realize too late that Kanavi is going for this play. Doesn't care about the slow, thanks to the passive, and then gets that two-man knockup with his Q. The cleanse comes out from Elk, but the death has already been secured, which means that JDG walk away with first blood. But the good news for BLG, Bin has about a whole kill advantage, even more so. He has about a 500 gold lead in the isolated 1v1, just due to the, well, the advantage that he can gain on this Kennen into the Sound matchup.
Yeah, we'll see if that outweighs the jungle here, where Sejuani, level 6, has ulti ready. Maybe he can make an early play. Shun trying to farm up his Krugs, gets his level 6, gets his red, but it's all WoW, the early start on Rift Herald here.
Already bot lane's moving up though. It's On and Elk who have a slight mover's advantage as they look for damage onto Missing. Can knock him into the wall, they'll do so, but no third silver bolt proc. Shun now in the pit. 369 trying to keep Yagao at bay as the charm comes out and Ruler starts to rampage through BLG. On already down, Elk tries to answer with a bit of damage to his own, and Yagao with a flash forward will be able to get one. Ruler trying to get away from the Tibbers, he'll be able to escape. Shun forced off towards the top side of the fight as the Rift Herald was taken by 369.
Big for JDG here, they get the objective. They get the counter kill too with Yagao coming in to flash. It was a big play from Missing. He finds On, takes him down. But the mid lane equalizer here is used.
In an ideal world, On is able to get level 6 off the mid wave, and then they can or rather move up into the river and then support in the Herald exchange. But noticing that level discrepancy, Missing finds the window, great engage onto 2, with which Ruler is very quick to follow up on. So great initial play from JDG, but then a response from Yagao equally as good as he's able to trade a kill back.
Yeah, and then the sturdy tanks over there getting the objective is Missing Israkhan, no problem, we'll be able to slip out. But the Sejuani, Sion, being able to get that objective, and they use it, they start it really far back in top lane, so they've got the travel time to work with, sending Ruler up there with this.
Missing stunned, locked up, isolated, but still just able to dash out in time. Shun going back forward, Glacial Prison gonna go wide as Shun is locked up and answers a 1-for-1 there in the mid lane.
I don't know if that was worth it for Shun. He'd missed out on a kill on Missing earlier. He was committed to it this time. But with no ulti and no flash, it means that Knight picks himself up his first kill of the game.
It lets JDG know that the jungler here is going to be in base, so this Rift Herald will get shoved all the way in for Ruler. Kanavi even comes through to try and help. Does split a little bit here as Elk is going to be able to secure the rest of the cannon wave.
So it is just 2 plates. Could have been a lot worse there for BLG. And I imagine that they will head straight towards this bot Drake. But with the push that Knight and Missing have secured, they can move into the bot river. And again, I want to highlight this vision in a second. I want to highlight that when you look at some of the wards that have been invested from the side of JDG, they've got great control wards littered around all of the entrances. They're also sweeping out any potential vision that BLG might have. And so even though a potential cross-map was there, because Shun ended up losing his life, they are very delayed in actually setting up for this objective, meaning Kanavi can now actually respond.
All right, JDG just got to go face first into this team. Sion ultimate is ready, 369. Just get down here and try and mark the Kennen. Bin does have ultimate and flash ready.
He's still sitting top.
Oh, he's walking back top, yeah. No teleport, he's walking back top. Looks like they're making the call to give it.
Only the first dragon of the game, so not too consequential in the long term, and it's a little bit late as well, not a pre-10-minute one. So JDG, even if they started stacking up from here, would still have to wait 20 minutes before they found Soul. I also think they really just want Elk to get some farm, right? Vayne, very low range, wants to get that first item, Shield Bow or a Blade of the Ruin King as well, possibly. We'll see where Elk decides to go as he trades with Ruler in the bottom lane.
I just feel like this game is going to get really difficult for BLG to play because 369 has all these answers for Bin for team fights. Not for lane at all, but in going spellbook, you see here, he preemptively, you swap over to the exhaust for the team fight possibility. Once he saw Bin walking back on lane on the minions, he was like, okay, great. They decided to give it up. I know he doesn't have teleport. I'll go back to lane as well. So JDG, Dragon #1, they start their momentum building now.
Jun just very happily stealing away these camps. About 1,000 gold lead for JDG. Double exhaust for them as well, as you say, with a spellbook exhaust for 369 and missing having one. So if ever 369 is trying to deal with, Yagao or with Elk, you still have that extra tool to isolate Bin in the fight later on.
Yep, since BLG are all damage, anybody's pretty good target for exhaust. Be able to shut
Or perhaps that's the plan,
down.
Kobe. There are too many targets, so who do you exhaust?
Well, I'd say Kennen one, and then
Yeah, I'd probably say
either the
I'd
Annie
even
or the
say Kennen
Vayne.
too sometimes.
Yeah, use both.
Good interrupt. Ulti from Kanavi.
Glacial Prison finds his mark, and now Yagao caught out by Knight. Another kill over to the JDG mid laner, and with that pressure, should be able to get at least one more plate out of this mid lane tower. Kanavi stepping forward into Shun's jungle. Does have the support of missing, and this might just be a blue buff steal.
Yeah, beautiful stuff from JDG. They know these tanks, this front line, just go face first into the BLG member. And if you hit your skill shot, if you hit the stun, job's done. There's no way Yagao wants to waste his flash, though. He's saving it.
It's a chase. Lightning Crash coming out from Ruler. The damage already down onto Elk. Navi is around the corner here, and Elk perhaps just trying to chunk out Ruler so that the dive really couldn't materialize. Elk at half HP though, and an Immortal Shield Bow for Ruler, a flash and a cleanse for him, as well as Knight continues to chip away at this mid lane turret. Yagao has the TP, not yet unleashed. 5 seconds on that, maybe saving it in case he needed to get down towards this bottom lane.
Ruler has such nice trading against the Vayne. Typically, it can be quite challenging for many AD carries to go toe-to-toe with the Vayne because of that 3-hit passive, especially when you can reset your auto attack with the tumble. But Ruler, it just knows the ins and outs of the matchup, leverages his range, and just chips away at the HP bar. You already highlighted Medic. He has such a big item advantage. He's going to get himself the first tower of the game. Knight is very close to securing that mid-tier 1 as well. And just bot mid going very favorably for JDG. If we contrast this to last game, while we did see JDG finding a couple of advantages, they were struggling in terms of control around this Dragon in particular, which gave BLG a huge win condition later. But this time around, it's only Bin that's finding leads in the early game.
And is that not the most iconic, JDG graph right there? They sacrifice 369, tank on top side. He doesn't care. He's still going to provide so much value to the team in these team fights. And having a fed Zeri, a fed Jace, has been such a strong recipe for success here. Kanavi leading the way on the Sejuani. Rift Trail #2 is available. So another chance for JDG to force BLG's hand. Probably should just call it.
BLG do like to take a skirmish when they can, but 3,000 gold down, I think it might not be the best of situations for them to try and fight. Crown now finished on Yagao. Realizes that there's quite a lot of damage coming out from JDG, although Crown, when it's going to be procced by Knight relatively easily, not always the most efficient item when you can be poked down. Let's help reduce a little bit of that poke, at least.
Now, BLG's whole hope is to be able to just surprise and flash onto the back line of JDG with all of their damage, but it's so difficult to do, and that's why people get so hyped for these types of team comps when BLG pull this out. It's because it's so risky, so hard to pull off.
Especially when we think about how so many of the fights of this tournament have just been very traditional front to backs, oh, tank press R, oh, other tank press R. Did the carries get caught? Yes, ooh. Well, BLG don't have that conventional approach. So far, they've conceded all of the early neutrals. Both Heralds have gone in favor of JDG. Next Dragon spawning in about 40 seconds. It is, of course, the Cloud. I wonder if BLG is saying we want to fight this, mainly because the Vayne is still quite weak. First item now completed. When you kind of look at their counterparts, JDG's carries are in such a great position.
Stun on Kanavi here, missing, falling low as well as Tibbers will chase them out, just trying to chunk them before the Dragon really kicks off. In the end, it's just Yagao's ultimate invested there. Kanavi can use the Herald back recall to get back to this a little bit quicker. Bounties now available for BLG as they fall 4,000 gold down. And the thing is, if BLG can find 1 or 2 fights, they're very much back in the game. But right now, JDG just aren't giving them anything to really grasp hold of. They're not giving them an avenue to approach these fights.
Yeah. That's the benefit of also having your front line, is they can face check rushes.
Yep.
It makes it so much easier to control the vision game. And it's even Rakan, who's not that tanky, has the extra dash that we just saw utilized very effectively. And BLG know it's so risky for them. Just trade Dragon for objective bounties.
Okay,
and
match ball for the Wild God. Knock up and missing will fall to On. Meanwhile, in the top lane, Knight TPing behind Bin. He does have the flash, can try and get across this wall. He gets there. Blast cone available to him as well. The TP in. Yagao immediately flashes away. And BLG will survive to fight another day.
They rotate tentatively all 5 up here to make sure they can get everyone out. But that is both flashes off both solo laners for BLG in exchange for the teleport behind from JDG from Knight there. So JDG, they see that BLG are going to let them have Dragon and try and call, and they say, no way, we're not going to let you trade. You're so far behind, we will force more out of you. So really big 5-head teleport here from Knight. Not only do they stop the play, they get the flashes, and they get the turrets.
Good
All
trade.
right. It's not that much damage, it's just the ante.
But it's just, we're continuing to see this great control from JDG.
Yeah.
We saw this a lot in their series versus T1. I was also expecting what happened the last time BLG and JDG fought each other, where it was just fight. But again, a much more controlled play as they go for the fight.
Glacial Prison's gonna hit, and immediately Yagao is just gone. Taken out by JDG as they secure the tier 2 as well in the top lane.
Red team's turret has been destroyed.
And now JDG go back to just pushing the lanes, gaining control of vision, gaining control of the map.
Yeah, the objective remains the same. Just go face first into BLG members. As long as you don't get surprised by that flash play, you've got the front line to do it. Kanavi led the way on top side, 369. Despite the troubles early on, unperturbed in the bottom side, in the side lane now, he's tanky enough.
And it's just, it all started with that bot lane play where they were able to, in the 2 versus 2, get Elk's flash and cleanse, which meant that they could then find that gank from Kanavi. The second that Ruler got a small lead, he is very quickly ballooned it. 369 now in danger.
Stunned up, isolated for the moment, but Kanavi is here to help his buddy. Bin getting forced away, Shun has to flash as well. 369 falling low to the silver box, but now Kanavi takes over tanking duties, and even condemned into the wall, he condemns BLG to death. The collapse begins from JDG and On, trying to heal, trying to get away. Elk doing the same, he has the flash, has the cleanse, will use it to escape the decimating smash, but On cannot do that, and he's turned off. Bin now put in the trash by JDG.
JDG is merciless as they protect their top laner. BLG tried to find a collapse, they tried to find a pick, but JDG was more than ready. 3 members die on BLG, and as excited as we were for this Vayne, it feels like BLG's comp is never being given an opportunity to really show its strength.
Yeah, excellent usage of tanks by JDG. You see the advantage there. 369, he's not scared at all. He's not going to flash over the wall away from a 2v1. He can soak it up, wait for the reinforcements to arrive. Even though he gets pincered here, he doesn't care. He's able to fight them off, and as soon as Kanavi gets close enough, he just makes the turn on to Bin. Kennen already used ult. It barely scratched 369. He's down to 50%. Then look at Kanavi. He'll be able to finish this off. He has Aftershock. The W2 hits. The bug is down. It's just too good. They've got the range from Knight backing them up behind the safety of those 2 tanks, and they run them down.
The fight is also very scattered for BLG, right? You have On trying to come in from the top side of the river. He has no real way to contribute. He uses his ultimate very early to stop Knight from diving onto him, and then basically he spends most of that fight just running away from multiple damage threats from JDG, hunting him down. JDG now, though, have their eyes on Bin.
Kanavi across the wall, the Glacial Prison hits the Hextech Rocket Belt, not enough to escape, and now Knight 6-0-1 on this Jace.
You have to wonder, gentlemen, if the Jace has been the problem the whole time.
You feel so?
Knight's Jace once again having a pop-off performance. The Baron will be started, the Baron will be uncontested, and JDG in clinical and dominant fashion are looking to secure game 3.
For BLG, 9,000 gold down. There's only scraps to be picked up from aside the table. 369 charging down towards this bottom lane to try and answer. The Ginsu's finished for Elk. Maybe it's enough, but I very much doubt it. As Shun caught out here, the Tipper's used just to stop the decimating smash. As 369 may have been able to win out that 2v1.
Yeah, BLG in this game, I think, have just strayed a little bit too far from the light. you can play Bin, Gwen. You can have some carries topside, but not carries everywhere. If you forego the tanks, then it's just so easy for JDG to move in. And you mentioned the Jace. The shock blast just hit like a truck. The poke damage is not really poke. The poke damage is going to run you through.
I do get the Vayne pick, though. The passive called Night Hunter, and obviously the Nightman is on the enemy team in the mid lane, so perhaps Elk thought there was a little bit of a lore advantage as JDG continued to step forward here. Kanabi low, though. Forced to flash away. Bin looking for the flank. Does not have the flash. I think it's just come off cooldown. With Maelstrom as well.
With that Rage Blade for Elk, the dream scenario, trying to use that true damage to cut through tanks is, it's the theory, but you have to get pretty late to actually be able to do that safely. And JDG don't look like they're going to let BLG get to the super duper end game.
23 minutes in, already pushing on 2 inhibitors at the same time. Kanavi taking the Dragon. It's a Mountain Drake for them. Would put them at Soul Point. TP behind Elk. Still defending under the tower. Bin is taking the longest flank I've seen in years. Starts off in Narnia. Let's see perhaps if he can find out Ruler. Still a flash and a cleanse though for the Zeri. Dashes in, lightning crash. Cleanse away, flash away from the slicing Maelstrom. And now it's all on Elk to try and really open up. But immediately JDG just dive back in. There's no escape from Knight as he finds the kills. The double for Ruler as well.
BLG's backs are completely against the wall, and in a last hope of desperation, Bin tries to find the flank, but it is the flanker that is crushed. JDG, with a near-perfect game, will stomp BLG.
And put themselves on match point, title point for JDG, but Knight and Ruler, who have waited so long for the sweet, sweet victory, they are now just 1 game away.
JDG conceded 3 kills, but no towers, no heralds, no dragons. From start to finish, it was just decimation. And you talked about this multiple carry threat, Kobe. It felt like that there was 0 threat composition by the end of that game.
I just like how JDG used that strategy that we identified BLG using against T1 against them, banning out the Jinx. They are not going to let you choose the Zeri. They will have the Zeri, and they will build a fortress around it. In the end, the Zeri doesn't even really matter, and it's the Jace that does a lot of the carrying and the tanks. But massive, massive stuff there. The rock that is JDG holding strong here.
And we continue to see just how good they are at suffocating their opponent when they get an early lead. I just have to look back to Elk's tumble forward into missing jumping in, and that flash being burned and that cleanse being burned. After that, the Vayne was totally neutralized by JDG.
Well, also remember, Shun diving over the wall to get a kill onto missing, to then giving a kill back tonight. Like, all these little things just very quickly built up, and getting those 2 heralds as well meant that JDG could very quickly open up the map. They started funneling plates into Ruler very early on. They used it to break down these towers, and overall, it just felt like BLG had no presence in the early game. I do trust this team to be able to find drafts and ways back. He's saying he predicted the 3-2, and so this is where the pressure will be on. They will likely move back onto the blue side, and I do wonder where this Jace priority will fall, because Jace has been a very powerful pick so far in this series.
All according to Bin's master plan.
Just 1-1, 2-2, and then 3-2.
I actually feel way more comfortable now, Yeah. I trust.
Now that Bin has promised it to us, it's definitely going to happen. We'll be back in a couple of minutes for what could be the final game of MSI 2023. Don't you go anywhere.
The Jinx and all the rest jump
have the momentum from beating Gen G, from beating T1. Missing it out. WE to each other. Obviously, we're on the team together.
Sending Ruler up there with it.
Missing stunned, locked up, isolated, but still just able to dash out in time. Shun going back forward. Glacial Prison gonna go wide as Shun is locked up. Trying to heal, trying to get away. Elf doing the same. He has the flash, has the cleanse. Will use it to escape the decimating smash, but On cannot do that, and he's turned off. Bin now put in the trash by JDG.
JDG getting themselves to match point, and that favorite role that we awarded them, they are living up to it for now. Otherwise, they wouldn't be here so fast. And I think the 2 games that they did win were very impressive. So I'd like to look at what we saw throughout the series, and maybe we bring the board up again. What do you think?
All right, it's time. Because when we left, we were still feeling fairly optimistic.
Were you?
Well, up until, not really up until the moment.
More optimistic.
More optimistic, but I think we're now going to get rid of this.
I've got some updated standings, you know?
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
Been on Gwen.
Right.
Nice, good.
Been off of Gwen.
Oh. And that's where we introduced a new addition, which is...
Well, this is the problem. It's like, can they solve for that, right? Can they find something else to fit that same role? Because I think that, you know, again, Kennen is a great team fighter, and I thought that was kind of maybe that other pick that could slot in, but he doesn't have anywhere near that same side lane pressure. Even if you get an early CS advantage against Sion, it doesn't really amount to much.
And I think that's the big one, is the fact that you're not able to actually play these sides as effectively as you did in Game 2, right? We saw how good they were at using Yagao to look for picks in that bot side jungle, specifically on Tonight, and then using that side to collapse on mid. So I think you do need to go back to that style. And the big question mark for me is if they do bring out something like a Camille. I think Camille has been a really big pick for Bin. His solo QID is I love Camille. And if you want to play split push, you want to play something that can dive, Camille's kind of it.
That works. It also helps if you can do something in the bot lane. Now, Vayne, listen, I understand her. I'm also from a different age. Like, she was in a time when, like, you know, things were a bit easier when you were a bit short range, and it was maybe not easier to play the game, but you didn't have as much long range as you did now, not as many knockups and stuns and everything. I think I love it, you know? I love that he went out there and picked it, but it wasn't helping the situation.
I love the idea of Vayne. You know, as a concept, I think it's great. When it comes to actually executing on it, we see
when
the problem is,
seems so good in your head.
In theory, it's great, but then in practice, what happens is you get set behind early and you are not able to play the game at all because you are extremely short range and dependent of the rest of your team to set up for you, which then never happens.
Yeah, and I think that's the problem here, is that there is no real setup for the Vayne in this, right? You're heavily reliant on like an Annie or a Kennen, right? But I think if you're going to take the Kazakhs, don't take Vayne, or vice versa, right?
Yeah.
I would have loved to see something that was a bit more tank oriented, because like Vayne got a ton of buffs on 13.6. Like, her tumble lasts longer, she gets the increased damage against tanks. There's a bunch of beefcakes on the opposite side. It could have worked out fantastically, but they're just not quite able to get that setup. And Kanavi did such a good job of shutting them down in the early stages. There's just no hope for Elk.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Kanavi was taking over the early game, and you know, when you're going up against something like the Kazakhs on this edge one, you already kind of have an easier to execute game plan later on. So this was, you know, such a high barrier to entrance, it feels like, for BLG's comp. They had to get massively ahead, but they just couldn't.
And this is something that I think has been the biggest difference maker in not just this series, but all of the wins that JDG have had.
Yeah.
If Kanavi can get going, there is nothing you can do, right? The moment that JDG get true control of the game, he will keep diving, he will keep making plays, he will keep snowballing everyone. And as long as you can't contain that, even with Shun, I think doing a great attempt at trying to snowball early, like when Kanavi gets plays like this, it feels like the game is immediately over.
And there's a reason that JDG have invested in this man, to make him the core of the team. Everyone else is changing around him, but Kanavi has stayed the same, and it's because he can play the tanks, he can play the stall. But when you look back, he's been a massive carry player as well. Kanavi can do it all. He looks great, and the team is able to rally around him so effectively when the chips are down.
I like that you brought that in. He is the longest standing member, of course. He's been there for so long after his Griffin days, and also jonesing for that international success time and time again. Another pick that has come up in this series, which maybe didn't have as high priority, I want to say, in the series we've seen, is the Jace, particularly for Knight, who's been fantastic with it. Yagao also in Game 2, but that is definitely a surprise to me.
Absolutely. I mean, it's won all 3 games so far, right? And it's been mid Jace. It has not been top. It has not been, you know, flexed thus far. Knight really is known for a lot of these carry picks. Jace is definitely one of them that he was really good with on the LPL, and it does give them a lot of that early game power. It's something that I think can also move and skirmish really well with the junglers, which has been so impactful. And I also think it's extra good here for JDG because it gives them a side lane answer if Bin wants to play something split push, right? So when you look back to Game 1 as well, where it was that Jax, you have Knight who can actually play sides against it. So I feel like it really fits the